Saturday, and I am a gigantic noob because, yeah, I got the shirt says I'm the proud dad of a freaking awesome daughter. It was a gift from my daughter, who is actually pretty awesome. I thought the day was Sunday. I actually came in here, sat down, and I was going to make a little pregame live stream like I do, talk about the game I'm running. And I mean, people have actually called the wife to make sure the game is still on. So that's a good sign, when people are calling to double check, about the game. I take that as a great sign. I'm like, well, there you go, you know? So happy about that. I think this week we're going to have a good week. The players are going to, my players are by and large, even though I do complain about them on occasion, but by and large, they're pretty smart. They're quick people, kind of as you expect from role players. I mean, not trying to pull a, role player supremacy thing here, but let's be honest. Most people who play role playing games are probably in the top 10 or 20% of, high IQ people you're going to meet. And that might piss somebody off. I don't know why, but it's a fact. I mean, role playing, and I'm talking about actual role playing, like AD&D or MERPs, Rollmaster, stuff like that. That is not for somebody that's running, hey, what's up, Mobius? How you doing, homie? These are not games for somebody with a sub 90 IQ, right? They're just not. They were never designed to appeal to the sub 90 IQ guy or sub 100 even, which I think is why role players are also kind of weird. A lot of them is because in general, most of them are very smart, but also slightly, or in some cases, like mine when I was younger, tremendously socially inept. So you kind of combine these two things, right? You've got a person who has an amazing imagination and above average intelligence, and then you combine it with complete social awkwardness, and that's where you get the atypical old school gamer, which is why a lot of these newer guys that you see, like for example, Critical Role and stuff, they kind of get the side eye from a lot of the gamers from back in the day. Now, I'm not saying that anyone on Critical Role is like stupid or anything like that, but you can tell that they probably have never been socially awkward, socially ostracized from any group, etc. So while I'm not saying they're not gamers, I'm saying that they're just not your typical gamer. What's up, Daniel Barry? Thanks for dropping in, bro. They're not your typical gamer who, like I said, a lot of times is a kind of awkward but very intelligent person. It's just a thing. So yeah. So, and of course, no offense meant to anyone here. If anything, if you're an old school gamer, then I'm saying that you are above average when it comes to intelligence, which is, I mean, I don't want to sound like I'm not humble or anything, because I'm the pious guy the little omelets want to be like on my knees day and night, scoring points for the afterlife, right? But it's like when you see new people complaining about THACO and old school AD&D and yeah, world champions, yeah. Um, and then you and your friends figured all this stuff out when you were 13. And then you realize that you and all the awkward, nerdy, greasy people you used to hang out with all grew up and got degrees or did things, at least most of the ones I know did. And so there you go. It's like that saying, the nerds took over. And they kind of did. But yes, we are the world champions right now. And things just keep getting better with every Trump everyone he picks, the whole thing just gets better, right? He picked that young lady that was his spokesman to be like the person that speaks to the lawyers, and she is just as sharp as a tack, and only 27. I mean, it's kind of crazy because Trump's in his 70s, right? But like almost all the people he's picking for roles outside of, say, JFK are like millennials or Gen Zers. So yeah, he's picking some young guys. I mean, and gals, which is why Mark Cuban screwed up when he said Trump was afraid to surround himself by strong women. And it's like, you know what I mean? It's like his whole campaign's being ran by strong women. So yeah, not a good look, Mark. But hey, if there's one thing we can all count on, it's Mark Cuban's kind of retarded. So there you go. Right now, my wife said this, and I'm going to quote her on it because I hope it's true. I hope that the rest of the world that's currently living in darkness and under the rule of totalitarian governments takes some inspiration from what we have done here in the United States and balls up or sacks up, however you say it, and handles business back at home. And the one country I pray for the most is, of course, the grandfather or the dad of America, the great United Kingdoms. I hope that people in the United Kingdom see what we have done in America and realize that they could do it too, that they don't have to be slaves, and they can put an end to this. Oh, you called a politician a name, so I'm going to lock you up in prison for longer than I locked up the guy who murdered somebody with a machete, because people in America have realized that the not mainstream, the media and the establishment politicians do not have our best interests at heart. We've come to realize that, and we have acted appropriately, right? So now it's time for England, Germany, pretty much everyone in Europe except for Poland and Hungary, because they figured it out pretty quick, to rise up peacefully, I would say, and let their governments know that they're tired of the two-tier justice system and all of the just plain. I mean, the only way you can describe it is straight up abuses, human right abuses, like sticking people in prison for things they say. That is so like third world shit, that's the kind of shit you expect to hear from some third world banana republic ruled over by like hardcore Muslims or something. That's not what you expect to hear from a civilized nation like the UK. And I stand on that 10 toes down. If anybody doubts it, I am 100% on that. 100. So, yeah, hopefully the rest of the world can look and be like, look, yeah, they need their own Hulkamania moment. I mean, they're throwing people in jail just for filming protests. Yeah, implying Europe isn't third world at this point. Exactly. Yeah, someone on Twitter posted the old, I guess you could call it a canard, that white people don't have culture. I just posted a picture of St. Basil's Basilica in Moscow and let them know you are still living in mud huts. We built this 1,000 years ago. It's like this idea that the reason people say white people don't have culture, and I didn't say this, I think Cat Turd did, is because they're so surrounded and just uh it's just so everywhere, it's ubiquitous, so that they don't even notice it. It's like you're sitting on a computer developed by Westerners, on the internet developed by Westerners, wearing clothes developed by Westerners, speaking English, which is a Western language, and complaining about how no one in the West has culture, as if we didn't invent elves and knockers and Dumoviks, and we didn't build gigantic cathedrals, etc. It's like, and the worst part is the white people who, I would say Indo-European people. Let's make it broad. The Indo-European people who have become so demoralized that they actually believe that lie. It's like, don't believe that lie. Not only do we have culture, our culture is badass. I mean, I'm not going to go so far as to try and be like superior, because people would get upset and call me names, but no, I will. In my humble opinion, just my humble opinion, Western society is by far superior to anything else. The only thing that's even close would be East Asia, Japan, China, countries like that. But no other country on the planet has as good of a culture as we do. No other country comes even close. Like when they were doing whatever they were doing, we were coming up with Mozart and Tchaikovsky and building cathedrals that stretch to the heavens, and the Brandenburg Gate and the Red Square and the Arc de Triomphe. And I could go on and on, because if you go to Europe, which I have been in Europe, if you go to Europe, I mean, it is just slap full of amazing, amazing sights that you can see. Like every single European country has crazy ass shit in it that when you go and you look at, you just ask yourself, like, how did this happen? Like if you ever find yourself in Italy and you get a chance to go see like the Colosseum and stuff, and you're just sitting there as a modern American, say, and you're looking at this, and it's just like, how many people worked to cut each one of the marble slabs out of the side of a mountain, shape them correctly, transport them across country, and then have the engineers set that stuff up in the exact order it needed to be set up, so that wouldn't just collapse in on itself. And then fast forward 2,000 years and it's mostly still there. It's absolutely amazing. So yeah, these people that say white people don't have a culture, I mean, it's laughable. It's laughable. It's like, really? The Irish don't have a culture? You know, the Germans don't have a culture. The Slavs, all of them don't have cultures, right? But then they think that a bunch of Maori making faces and doing the haka, that's culture. It's like, no, that's Stone Age stuff. That's Stone Age stuff. I mean, to this day, these people still live in like freaking mud huts and shit, you know, and they killed the people who originally lived on the island and they're cannibals or were. So it's like, you're going to say that's culture? That's not culture. That's a lack of culture. That's primitivism, you know? I remember reading somewhere that a major reason sub-Saharan Africa didn't really have major civilizations because African geography is really harsh and lacked waterways, so they pretty much couldn't. Yeah, that's not true though. Africa is crisscrossed with gigantic rivers. The thing with Africa is that there were some great civilizations in Africa. They were just all in West Africa. Ethiopia and Etria, you know, these are like Ethiopia was talked about as far back as the earliest Greek writings. They talked about Ethiopia. Ethiopia is mentioned by the Egyptians, it's mentioned by Rome. I mean, one of the saints from um, or not saints, one of King Arthur's knights was an Ethiopian. He was that's Sir Palomides. So I mean, and it's also said that the Ethiopians are the ones that have the Ark of the Covenant. They were also one of the first countries to convert to Christianity. So yeah, Ethiopia has always been, you know, a thing. Mansa Musa, the problem with Mansa Musa is he got incredibly wealthy through salt and the slave trade. But then after his pilgrimage to Mecca and back, where he ruined a lot of economies just by giving gold away like it was nothing, um, you know, they kind of just fade into nothing. And Timbuktu, which some people like to quote, you know, writers saying how it was this great thing, it was made out of sun baked bricks. And this would be at the same time the Greeks were building marble temples to the gods. You know what I mean? So the most powerful Eastern African nation anyone can name, it was still just a bunch of sun-baked bricks. Uh, and I don't know of any writings that were left behind that anyone reads, right? Whereas the Ethiopians, they left behind tons of apocryphal text. But yes, to say we have no culture when our people were literally carving marble and other stone to build structures, and they were living in sun baked mud brick huts. Um, it's not an insult to them. I'm not trying to be insulting towards them. I mean, people adapt to their society and their environment, but don't come at me trying to say my people sucked when your people were living in mud huts and my people were sailing across the ocean and discovering continents. Yo, let's do this. So that's basically what Twitter has had on my mind because, you know, people were posting about the haka dance that they did in New Zealand, and people were saying that shit is crazy and reminds me of Age of Empires 2 African kingdom expansion that include Portugal. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're talking about the people who transported the most Africans across the
Well,
Atlantic, hey, what's up, homie?
oh, not much.
I mean, Portugal would be that country. So that is kind of a meme. Hey, James Lowry, how are we doing? We're chilling, we're painting, we're putting miniatures together, and we're being extra Christian nationalists today.
Yay.
I'm not sure what that entails, but we're going to be extra it. Oh, what got them riled up was that they were trying to pass a bill that would make everyone equal, give everyone equal rights, which would basically means the Maori would lose their special status, and essentially it would make the Maori not get special government compensations and stuff. So, they didn't want to lose their welfare, basically. So they did this big savage haka dance. It's like, yeah, that's all cool and all, but never forget that, you were conquered. And then rather than wipe you out, for whatever reason, we, and by we, I mean, white people, decided to let you live. And instead of being thankful for that, you act like a bunch of assholes. So, I mean, kind of reminds me of Legend of the Five Rings, the Scorpions thing, which is never leave an enemy alive. That's one of their tenets if you play Scorpion Clan. And it's like, we as Europeans have a tendency to leave enemies alive, and now we're paying for it. And I know that seems cold-hearted, but it's not cold-hearted. It's me just being coldly mathematical. Just cold math. If everywhere we went and conquered, we had just wiped everyone out the way they would have, then we would not be dealing with any of this shit. There would be no cries for reparations because
Look, James,
there would be no one to cry for it.
James, they weren't enemies. They were a labor force.
I'm just saying,
We didn't think of them as enemies. We just thought of them as something to exploit.
See, and a lot of people are going to hear this, and they're going to be like, "Oh my God, that guy's so racist." And it's like, I'm not racist. It's just that, if you look at it in a purely, lens of efficiency, it is never efficient to leave enemies alive behind you.
Yep, true.
Never. Because they will always, remember that you whipped their ass. Like, I have a lot of hope that my Black brothers and sisters in America will grow up one of these days. And it looks like a lot of them are. And that fills my heart with hope. But it's like some of them, are they ever going to get over the slavery issue? And if they're never going to get over it, then what do you do about it?
Well, they probably would have by now if it wasn't for Marxism.
Right. Because if they're never going to get over it, then you will never be able to live in peace with them. The motto of the British, make the world English. That was a good motto, and they did it. And then at some point in their history, someone convinced them that they were bad. And like I keep saying, never apologize for winning. Yeah, my ancestors got over that. No war paint or wood, half naked fighting colonists, Romans, other Celts. Yeah, I mean, Yep. I have 0 drops of Roman blood in me, but I do have a few drops of Celtic blood in me. So maybe I should be mad at Italians for how they treated the Gauls. No. Here's the other thing too. It's not like it's dishonorable to lose if you put up a good fight. Because sometimes the way life is, you're just going to lose.
I mean, I can remember William Wallace. He put up a really good fight. Still lost, but put up a really good fight, and I think he got respected for it.
Well, they kind of drawn and quartered him, and
I mean afterwards. I'm not talking about during.
But then later on, yeah, they were like, that guy was kind of a badass. You're right. But I mean, Longshanks had to had to prove his point, which, here's the thing. One thing R.R. Martin got right when he was writing the Game of Thrones books was his saying, when you play the Game of Thrones, you either win or you die. He's not wrong. That's the thing. R.R. Martin was not wrong. That is a wise statement. I don't know if he created that statement or he stole it from somebody, but yeah, if you're going to play these games, you either win or you lose. And losing means dying. And that is just how it goes. What's crazy is the Chinese have had their ass whipped by basically everyone under the sun, and they still just keep trucking, man. It's like nothing gets them down. They're like, we don't care. We're going to,
oh, well, we lost again. Who cares? Let's just move on.
Yeah, the Mongolians invaded and conquered China, and within 3 generations, they were Chinese. They were speaking Chinese. They were, it's like, now that's one way to handle invaders.
just ignore it. It'll go away eventually.
Right. Just marry into them, and before you know it, they're your culture and everything anyway. And it's like, so, I mean, I think the Mongols were called the Ming Dynasty. I could be wrong, but that's all the Chinese did. They're like, oh, you conquered us. Okay. You're going to need help with people, helping you run this nation because it's a huge nation, blah, blah, blah. And of course, the Mongols were like, okay. And then within a couple generations, man, it was like there were no Mongols anymore. Everybody was just Chinese. See, my lineage is the entire northern coast of Europe, like from Ireland all the way to Russia. Like basically my lineage is like from the Baltic Sea. It's like all of the places that are touched by the Baltic is where I get my lineage from.
Apparently, for me, it's mostly Scotch-Irish.
Right. I'm Swedish, Norwegian, Danish, German, Polish, a bit of Rus, Scots-Irish, Irish, and I think that's about it. So if you want to say, white bread as an MFer, that's me. I mean, I come from the whitest countries to ever exist. You can't get, I mean, you would have to work really hard to be more white than I am. I mean, you'd have to really go out of your way. So, and I'm not saying that braggingly, because I honestly, for the longest time growing up, 100% believed I was at least part Native or African.
I think a lot of people, especially in Kentucky, thought they had some kind of like native blood in them.
The thing is, you probably did, but it was like,
so
that
little, it just doesn't really show up, really.
DNA stuff, right? It gets real freaky after like 10 generations. So figure back in the 1700s when a lot of our people crossed those mountains. A lot of them probably were married to a squaw, and she was probably Cherokee. And, and they had kids, et cetera, right? But as the frontier got more and more civilized, they started importing European women, and they stopped marrying squaws, right? And then as you go generation, eventually that Native American that might have been in your blood no longer even shows up because it's just gone,
Yeah.
And I didn't invent this. There's a guy on the internet that has like an hour-long video. All he does is like, he's a geneticist, and all he does is talk about it. And he has a whole video about white people who think they're Cherokee, but then get their bloodline done, and there's no Cherokee, and they're really confused about it because their whole life they were told they were Cherokee. So of course I looked it up and listened to him, and he said, yeah, after 10 or so generations, if there's no more Indian, Cherokee thrown into the mix, then that great grandma 10 times removed, whatever genetics she contributed to your DNA just gets buried. And, like they could find it, but they would have to like use some super special tests, because there are DNA tests that'll take you back, like to the
Pretty
Stone
far back
Age and
then.
shit, right?
Yeah.
But your average DNA test that they do, no, it's not going to do that. But I have traced my ancestry back to, on my on my maternal side, her father's ancestry goes back to Germany in 1560. And then in 1740, my first ancestor landed in the New World in Virginia and immediately moved to what is now Pulaski County, Kentucky. But back then it was Pulaski County, Virginia. And then my paternal side, basically, they were all from Scots Irish and all that. And in 17 something, before the Revolutionary War, they landed in Virginia and did the same thing, moved across the mountains, and set up shop. You know what I mean? So how many generations have passed between 17, let's round it to 1750 to now? You know what I mean? So
Let's see.
both of those men might have been married to a Cherokee woman. And the history, like the legend of her,
Probably
has
would
been
be around
passed down
10
through the
generations so
family.
far.
Huh?
I'd say probably, I'm thinking it'd be around 10, maybe 11 generations.
Exactly. And that was this guy's point, but we keep the history that I had a Cherokee grandma, because for some reason, and I feel this way too, it's kind of braggable. You're like, yeah, I'm part native, I'm part Cherokee or part Ojibwa,
Yeah.
or whatever, it was there. And the thing is, it was there. It's just you can't find it anymore because it was so long ago.
Yeah. It's hard because I'm trying to think about it. And I mean, I know people who, fought in like the Civil War and they lived up to like the early 1900s. And it's like, you got to think that's weird to think about because of how much technology changes through that time.
Yeah, imagine living from a time where you're using like smoothbore muskets, and then you see automobiles and electricity and running water in every house. And I
Yeah.
mean, that would be. But look at me. When I was a kid, there was no internet. Phones were nailed to walls. You had to
Yep.
remember numbers. You didn't have to use an area code. You just used 7 digits. I mean, it was totally different. And then now it's like everyone carries a supercomputer in their pocket with a built-in camera, better than anything we ever had back
Hey,
then.
James, there's a funny little anecdote that almost actually happened. A guy from World War II could almost see his own death in a story from a show. And what it was like the you've heard of Band of Brothers, right?
Of course.
Yeah,
Love it.
that series actually had a guy in the story, and it was based off like this real guy, and in the story, at the end, the guy dies in war, even though in real life he actually died sometime in like 1960, I think.
Right. They took
What?
some what do they call it?
Well, no,
Artistic license.
it's not even that. But some people actually thought he did die there, and that's where
Oh,
they
so
got the
they
story.
weren't being jackasses. They actually thought the dude had died.
Yes, because they actually got like some of the people there who knew him talk about him, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I think he died here." And it's what happened was he got injured and got taken away, and since he never came back, they're just like, "Ah, I guess he died."
Understandable.
How would you feel if you were just like sitting there eating some cereal, and then they have a story that was similarly like almost
Watching a
exactly like
movie,
yours?
and you're in the movie, and
Basically,
you die in the movie.
exactly. How would you
And you're
feel
all
if that
like,
happened
wait
to
a
you?
minute here. I don't remember dying. I think that would be kind of wild as hell, to be
I
honest.
know.
That would be kind of like, really? Yeah, I'll tell you what, Six Nations. I've talked about this. You can look it up on YouTube. Cherokee have left the reservation in Oklahoma or wherever they sent them, and they put their money together and they bought basically a village in, I think it's North Georgia or South Carolina or someplace like that. And they're all like chilling out. And,
1 second.
they've got schools there that actually teach the Cherokee language to the students, and they're doing very, very well. Under their own, they've got like, they're living the American way. They've got a mayor and everything like that. But pretty much the town council, the mayor, everybody there is Cherokee. And everybody who lives in the town is pretty much Cherokee. And yeah, and it's starting to become almost like a tourist destination to go and see them. And apparently, like the Amish, they set up, like what are they called? Dirt malls. They set up like the dirt malls where you can go and buy authentic Cherokee made whatever. And
Yeah.
a lot of the white people who live around them are totally in love with it. You know what I mean? They like
Yeah.
go there and support them and like buy their stuff, and they're so proud to have them there. And yeah, so I mean,
Remember
it's a
having
happy
like a
story. They used their money, they bought their old tribal land, and instead of a bunch of trucks on blocks in a trailer park like you see on the reses most of the time, they're not taking any money from the government. They don't get their Indian check. They work, and a lot of them are entrepreneurs and
yeah. I
school
think
teachers and educated, and
I've
they
been to a place
don't
like
want
that.
any help from the government. They just want to live the way they want to live and do what they do.
I think we got one of those little bows for kids that at that place.
Yeah, I mean, it's completely, in my opinion, awesome. I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
No one
Yeah.
had to fight a war. No one had to go to court. They just saved up their money and bought a town that was dying anyway. And then they refurbished everything. Because one thing they point out is if you're in the town, um, it's beautiful, but as soon as you drive off the town away from it, you start seeing like just trailers full of white meth heads and shit like that. Because the natives are actually doing much better than most of the surrounding white people. So I support that 100%.
Yeah.
If Lakota Sioux want that area back around the Black Hills, well, they're never going to get Mount Rushmore. They can give that shit up, but
Yeah.
they can save up money and buy property there and live there if they wanted. They would just be forced to leave the reservations, and a lot of them don't want to do it because then they wouldn't get their reservation checks and shit like that. Shit, dropped my tablet and nearly broke my arm in the hammock again. You're in a hammock? Wow, man. Okay.
Neat. I never had a hammock.
I've had them. I don't recommend them.
Not fun. Not good.
They can be very comfortable and everything, but I mean, honestly, yeah, it's like you can fall out of them and
Probably
whatnot.
what I would do. I'm
So
pretty
it's
clumsy.
just like, why even bother with it? Just freaking, you know. you may as well just not worry about it. But he's also on a tablet, so he might be somewhere where it's really nice out, and he's hanging out in his freaking hammock and
Yeah.
just watching on his tablet. And yeah, it might even be North Carolina. I could be totally wrong about what state they're in, but I know it's one of the
Yeah.
states that used to be heavily populated by Cherokee, which Kentucky never was.
Yeah, no. We do have like a group like that though. I remember that in like the Smoky Mountains.
Yeah, Kentucky was always considered to be a sacred, magical place by the Cherokee, and they would come to Kentucky to hunt and to bury their dead, but none of them ever made it really a permanent home. You
No.
know, a few may have, but overall, it was just, they considered it like an enchanted land. But the Carolinas, Georgia, all that shit was covered with them,
Yeah.
And then Ohio, I think you had like the Creek and Mohawk and all kinds of different tribes up there too. Pretty much the thing about native tribes is the further west you go, the meaner they get. And then add the further south you go, the meaner they get. Because
Yeah.
it's like the Seminole Indians were mean as shit. We went to war with them like multiple times. And, trying to run Indians down in this Florida swamp was not something that the white man was really good at. So most of those wars kind of ended in a stalemate, kind of both sides kind of taking a break from it for a minute. But then you get to the Southwest and it's like you've got human sacrifice and cannibalism. And
So wait, James, you're telling me you can't just throw money at the problem and win?
no. Well,
Oh.
I mean, you can, I guess. The Cherokee are proving that actually through hard work and grit and a little bit of money, you can fix whatever the problem is.
Yeah.
You do not have to stay on that shitty reservation where you got dumped. You can, through hard work, grit, and some good planning,
Buy
haul
town
your
and
ass
live
back
there.
to your home and make it better than, make it great again.
Yeah.
Maybe they need to get themselves some red hats that say, make Cherokee lands great again.
I'm just
Or
saying.
make the Cherokee great again or something.
I want it to be easy in war. Just throw money at the problem and win. Like Colin.
I'm just saying.
No, there's a video game in which it's called Advance Wars, and one of the characters is called Colin. And what his special ability is, all his units are cheaper, and his power is to gain more money. He just throws money at the problem.
So he must be representing the Americans.
I
Like,
guess
if you've
kind
got
of
a
really.
problem, don't worry about figuring out anything, whatever. Just throw money
Actually,
at it until it goes away.
I would say no, because again, that would be Green Earth, which has I forgot what his name was, but there's like his name was Eagle, and he's basically the flyboy American guy type of guy.
Right. It's like,
Colin's
and I'm
in
not trying
the
to sound anti-American there, but that's kind of what we do. We're like, oh, we got a problem. We will outspend whoever we have a problem with until their economy collapses.
And in Advance Wars 2, Colin also gets the. Oh, yeah, he was only an Advance Wars 2 character anyway. So in Advance Wars 2, his superpower is basically called Power of Money, and what it does is it eats up his money that he has, but then gives all his units super buffs compared to how much money you have. Which is
And on
ridiculous.
this Saturday, I want to remind the world that Alexander conquered most of the known world before he was 24 years old.
Neat.
Yeah. I mean, my wife was just saying, I know you got a huge man crush on Alexander, but you don't got to talk about him all the time. And I'm like, I'm sorry. I feel like I do, It's like, I need to spread the word of Alexander.
But what about Sun Tzu?
Sun Tzu wrote some great books, but he didn't conquer half or the known world.
No,
He didn't march from the northern Slavic lands to India.
I mean, to be fair, all he did was kind of spout common sense and flowery language, I guess.
Yeah,
Stuff
you
that
can't
people
take
should
away
know.
from Sun Tzu. I mean, the dude said some shit that was dead on. He
Yeah,
was.
I mean, it's all accurate. It's just these are things that you think people would have figured out. I don't know.
But
It's
yet
weird.
did not. But
Yeah,
yet did not, some of them.
I guess it's true. Common sense is not so common.
Oh, no, no, not at all. Common sense is the most rare commodity in the world. Like common sense. Yeah, that's just not something that most people even have any familiarity with. It's like, wait, what? But yeah, my wife even was like, give me a break with the Alexander stuff. Jeez. I mean, it's
uh,
like every time I walk through the house, I get to hear about Alexander, and I'm just like, well, I'm sorry. It's just,
it sounds how I probably annoy my friends with like weird knowledge of tanks and other things.
yeah, they're all like, for the love of God, shut up about Japanese tanks.
Not just
No one
Japanese tanks.
cares about
You know,
Japanese.
all sorts of tanks and stuff. I mean, I just like them.
Hey, man, that's good. It's good to have a hobby.
Yeah.
Men should have hobbies, you know? I mean,
Yep.
that's a fact. Men get in trouble when they don't have hobbies.
Not to mention, I mean, just how firearms development was back in the day, especially World War II firearms development. It's really crazy.
Well, I mean, if you want, it's like, okay, World War II is weird because everything developed so fast.
Yeah,
It was
and
like, if you look at the equipment they're using in the beginning of the war, and then you look at the equipment at the end of the war, it's like this is not even in the same neighborhood
yep.
of technology. I mean, everything just got better. But that's how wars are.
It's
Like,
even weirder whenever you talk about the like Japanese weapons technology because they had to go from not really having it to having it, having to catch up.
right.
And
And
it
plus
gets
fighting a superior opponent that outnumbered them 3-1 and
yes.
already had hardened combat soldiers
So a
who
lot of
had
their
seen battle for years already.
so
So,
yeah, a lot of their weapons were actually kind of just basic copies of other nations because they couldn't really do much else. Except whenever they did design something of their own, it was weird. Like the Type 11. The Type 11 is a Japanese LMG. Well, the one I'm talking about because there's different types of 11s because you're probably I think they also had that in a few other things, but I'm specifically talking about their LMG.
right.
It's it's literally as if you described what an LMG to a person and they decided to make their own without knowing what it
Are
exactly
you talking
was.
about the one that was like fed by like stripper clips?
Yes.
Yeah, that's kind of like what we were working on in World War One.
I know, but it was designed as if you described an LMG to somebody because of the weird fins on it, it being fed with a hopper with stripper clips, and it was just weird.
The fact that it had a place for a bayonet, it's like
Yeah, yeah.
you're going to attach a
What?
bayonet to an LMG.
That's weird.
That's
I
kind
don't
of
know, but
hardcore, I
okay.
guess. I mean, go you. But yeah, the Japanese had to know. Well, they knew. The one guy told them.
Yeah, there's quite a few that knew that they couldn't win that war.
Yeah. How you doing, crafting gamer? Yeah, Six Nations. I used to have a sign hanging in my office when I worked at the water department of my city, and it said, "No one is as dumb as all of us." And people used to walk in and look at it and be like,
Yeah.
like, but Yeah, because one guy might have an idea, but 10 guys are going to come up with the most stupid shit. And then you're going to have to go along with it because, the group has decided. And it's like, this is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. I mean, when you get a group of people together, especially if you're talking, minor, lesser bureaucrats working for a municipality, they are going to come up with the stupidest shit that you can imagine. And it's going to also cost more money and manpower than it really should. But that's just the way it is. It's just how they do, It's like you almost can't even, well, you can't say anything about because you want to keep your job.
Talking about groups and their the stupid stuff they'll do. Has any of your D&D groups ever gone crazy off the wall stuff?
Occasionally, and if it's a good idea, then it goes through and whatever. I mean, like I've said multiple times, guys, dice are rolled in the open. I do not fudge dice. So a character in my game is perfectly welcome to do whatever in the hell he feels like he wants to do, or she, because I've got female players. However, do not cry to me when your supposedly awesome plan backfires and you end up getting ate by a troll. That's just, yeah, exactly about the Hotchkiss gun too. Yeah, that was a French gun that was fed by stripper clips.
Yeah,
which is probably what the Japanese were trying to copy. Because I do know that the Japanese bought a few of the French tanks.
They bought like French weapons too. Like I know that they did copy another French rifle.
Well, the French rifles weren't too bad. The Lamats or whatever.
Yeah,
they were decent rifles. They functioned just fine. I mean, there was nothing wrong with them. They weren't. They weren't Garands or Enfields or Mausers, but they were okay. I mean, they got the job done.
Actually, Japan did actually copy that one, but it's not the Type 11.
If you're going to do a bolt action rifle, nothing beats a Mauser.
Yeah, which Japan did kind of copy on that one too. Made a smaller version of it, basically.
Dude, my Remington 700 tactical is just a Mauser.
Yeah.
It's got that locking bolt system that Mauser came up with in 18 freaking whatever. And
really,
like the Springfield bolt action, the Enfield, they're all Mauser clones.
Really, the Hotchkiss, the Hotchkiss clone that they actually copied from Japan actually really did serve them well whenever they had to go into defensive wars.
Well, the Japanese weren't stupid. It was pretty smart how they hid their artillery on the backside of the mountains.
Yeah.
Over the mountains, which made it much more difficult for our forces to find them.
A lot of their weaponry were actually really good for their defensive posture that they had to take, but they didn't plan for it. So a little bit of it was kind of, I guess you could say, happenstance.
Yeah, but then again, you have to remember, they were a death cult.
Yeah.
As soon as they realized they were losing, they just start killing themselves.
Yeah.
And that's not a good thing, It's like,
I get that.
Don't do your enemy any favors. I mean, if you want to die, make them kill you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, some Japanese soldiers took that, but some didn't.
Yeah, I was watching Letters from Iwo Jima, and I was like, why? Like I was yelling at the TV. I was just like, why? Why are you doing this? This is stupid. Don't do it. And they were still doing it. They weren't listening to me at all.
And there's one Japanese soldier that did listen to you. He sat there and fought till 1970.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like I said, if your intent is to be deleted off the census, Don't do it yourself. Make the
Although,
enemy do it, right?
although technically he didn't delete himself off the census. He just fought up until 1970, then got relieved by his commanding officer that some Japanese
Oh
guy
yeah,
found.
I know who you're talking about, but I'm talking about all the ones on Iwo Jima that actually
Just suicided, yeah.
hugged hand grenades and shit like that, and I'm just like, that is so dumb. You
Yep,
know,
I
it's
know.
like, no, don't do that. Fix Van Et's in charge, obviously. I mean, at least go out, to quote Bon Jovi, who's an amazing band, in a blaze of glory. You know, don't just give up. I mean, it's like, no.
No.
But anywho, hoozle, I have a box, a completely unopened box of Persian infantrymen, and I cannot find it. It's probably in one of these things here, and I'm not going to bother looking for it right this second. But I need to make archers so that I can put a couple archers in. I've got 2 of these elephants, and they need to have archers and stuff in them.
Yeah.
And I need to get the Persian style shields to put on them, so that there'll be no mistake. Like, I mean, you can tell they're Persian because of the helmet that the guy who's driving the elephant's wearing. It's that weird kind of bulbous helmet that the Persians wore. But anyway, so any gaming this weekend for you, or?
No, that got canceled.
Sorry to hear that, bro.
Yeah, people got sick again.
Yep, I've dealt with it. It's looking like my game tomorrow night, which I thought was tonight, is going to go off. So without a hitch.
And my Brazilian friend's taking a little bit of time off on, I guess, holiday stuff.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
Is he going to like carnival or something?
I don't know. I don't know much about Brazilian holidays or what they do.
Well, for one of them, they dress up in bright costumes and they dance around, and it's carnival. I think it's their version of like Fat Friday or whatever they call it, Fat Thursdays, or the day after all the fat, after Lent. Because like, I know you may not know this, but with Roman Catholics, the day after Lent is like a huge celebration where everybody goes out and like parties down. I mean, we do it too, but we mostly get together and eat pancakes and stuff. Well, crepes, because the church I go to is Russian, so it's crepes. If you were to go to a Greek church, it would be like pastry. But still, it's the same stuff. TCG's game got canceled too. It is what it is. Or if you want to say that in Spanish ever, you just spell the word socks. SOCKS. It is what it is. That's one thing that my homie that I used to work with taught me. Because it is what it is used to be my response to like everything. We'd be like, no matter what was going on at the fire service, if they asked me my opinion, I'd always be like, it is what it is, man, because I didn't complain. I didn't bitch. I didn't whine. If we got orders to do some stupid shit when everyone else was whining, I would be sitting there saying, it is what it is. Right? No use in whining. It's not going to make anything better. Just freaking do the job and move on with your life, right? It is what it is. I guess that's my way of saying it is. Reality is as reality is, and you may as well accept that. That's just how reality is. And whining about it and whatnot will not change it. Because, if Chief tells you you got to go do something, whether you want to do it or not, you're going to. So bitching about it is not going to change that you got to do it. So I never bitched. I just said, like I said, I would just say, well, it is what it is. And yep. And I guess that kind of opinion impressed my engineer so much that he was like, you want to learn that in Spanish? And I was like, why not? And yeah, so he told me, and I was like, there you go. Yeah, blends. Yeah. Which you can also use the word blend to describe pretty much anything that's good. So, like, if you're talking to somebody and you're like, come here, blend, it's like the opposite of bliat. Because bliat is like a whore or something like that, right? But blend is short for the pancakes, which are delicious. So therefore, yeah. Yep, blend cheeky. And you can get them sweet or savory. Fort Benning motto, it is what it is. Yeah, that's a fact. If it ain't raining, we ain't training. And embrace the suck. Those are all mottos I heard. And maybe that's why my attitude's the way it is, because of my military training. Because as a youth, I was a wild child. I was always getting into trouble and shit. But I think the army just beat that shit out of me. You know what I mean? After going through all the training and everything, I got a very mellow attitude about shit. I like, it is what it is. Just, deal with it, because it ain't going to change, and all the bitching and crying and whining in the world is not going to make it change. So just deal with it, do your job, and handle business. Yeah, the wife and I have been watching Squirrel Tribe a lot, and watching these women have meltdowns about the election. And I'm going to tell you something. I think I almost felt empathy. And I have always in my whole life had I would call it an empathy deficit, because I've always been that kind of guy that just had no sympathy for anything or anyone. And except animals, but not people, which is weird because you'd think you would do it in reverse. But no, me, I love animals, and I hate if animals get hurt or people treat them cruel at all. But people, I'm like, What am I painting? Hey, Scott, yeah. I am painting Russian lancers from about the 9th or 10th century. I think the 10th century, because some of them have crosses on their shields. So these might be members of the House of Rorik, and say King or Prince, as they would have called him, Vladimir, who was, as we know, the third son of the first Rorik and the first Russian king to embrace Christianity. So he and his army, embraced Christianity and brought it back to Kiev, which at the time was the capital of Russia. Embrace the suck, baby. Yeah, you gotta. All my combat arms pals have the same attitude, regardless of branch. Yeah, I mean, because shit's gonna happen, and there's nothing you can do about it. So what do? You just say, it is what it is, man, and you get on with life, because bitching and whining is not going to make a foxhole dig itself. It's not going to put a roof on your freaking trench line. It's not going to, do whatever the hell you've been ordered to do. It's not going to fill 1,000 freaking sandbags. Believe me. Believe me, I got to be a pro at filling sandbags. I'm not even lying. I must have filled at least 1,000 of them. Because that's just some shit you do. You fill up sandbags because you get ordered to, and bitching ain't gonna make them fill up any quicker. So all of my combat arms guys, you can kind of like when you run into a guy that's kind of laid back up until he don't need to be laid back for some reason, then you know. Because that's me now. Not used to. I used to be a menace, but now I'm the most chill, laid back dude when I'm out and about. Right up until something happens and I feel like I got to deal with it, and I don't warn the other person. You know what I mean? I'll stand there quietly while they do their thing, and if I feel like I'm threatened or my wife's threatened, then they're getting taken out, and they won't even know it's happening until it's already happened. I do not fight fair. I'm at 53. I am not on this planet to fight fair. I'm on this planet to not die until, I have a heart attack or cancer, in which case, then, it is what it is. But until one of those two things happen,
you're not ready to die until the Lord calls your name.
Exactly. So until I develop some cancer or something, which is very probable considering my career, I'm not here to people talking all that shit about fair fights and stuff like that. Nope, not me. But then again, I'm old, I guess if somebody challenged me to to a fist fight and it was going to be like we both agreed to it, I would do it. And some states have that rule where you can just, challenge somebody. I don't know if Florida does. It may not, but then I guess I would, because I would hate to be considered a coward. But I don't see that ever happening because everyone I know kind of loves me, so. Right.
Well, James, talking about fighting, what did you think about the whole Mike Tyson versus Logan Paul?
I'm hoping you'll tell me what happened.
It sounds like Logan Paul won.
How?
I mean, Mike Tyson's like, what, around 60 now?
Yeah, but I seen that dude training. He was freaking beast mode, man.
Difference between training and real fight.
Maybe.
It was more of a stunt anyway.
I bet you that what's going to happen is they're going to have another fight, a return of Mike.
Maybe. It was more of a publicity stunt anyway. And I mean, seriously, Logan Paul, that's all he basically does is these, I guess you could say, like, publicity type fights.
Like fake fights?
I wouldn't say exactly fake, but does he ever face anybody of his age and in his weight class?
I don't know. I don't pay attention to Logan Paul.
I think he
internet
ever has.
Influencers are the worst.
And that's what he is, basically. I mean, I'm not even going to say that he's
he went to jail for looting a mall a couple years ago.
I guess he's out now. I don't know.
Or was that his brother? I can't tell the two apart. Tyson got 20 mil for that stunt.
Yeah, he made money on that.
Scotia, you're 100% right there. It's kind of hard to freaking argue with that. If Tyson walked away with 20 million, he won too. You know what I mean? I'll get in the ring with either of them for 20 million. Let them knock me out. First round, 5 seconds in. And when I come conscious in the hospital, I'll be smiling. Because I'll be like,
yeah, Netflix lost. My God, they had a terrible stream of it because they couldn't even keep it running.
Yeah, I heard that Netflix kept going out and stuttering and. Look, if you want to see real fighting, you have to watch freaking Dana White's stuff.
MMA, yeah.
Yeah, that's if you want to watch real fighting, you watch MMA.
Boxing's no longer real. You can't really see much of anything good on that
I
anymore.
mean, boxing's a great sport to be proficient in, but if that's all you know, you get in the ring with an MMA fighter, he's going to rip you apart.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, boxing used to be an actually interesting sport to watch. Nowadays, it's all stage crap.
Yeah, yeah. I know. You're talking about back in the day when you had great fighters, Tyson and Butterbean and freaking uh what's his name? The guy Tyson bit his ear off. And
Okay.
I mean, you had so many great fight. It's like basketball, you know? People
Yeah.
talk about LeBron James, but when I was a really young kid, we had Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, Kareem Abdul Jabbar. I mean, it was like these guys were like legends. You know what I mean? And no modern basketball player is ever going to be like a Michael Jordan. I'm sorry. If Jordan was in his prime, like the in his prime Jordan was on the court, he would smoke LeBron every freaking time.
Yeah.
And people want to argue that point, and I'm like, no, 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 no. LeBron would get freaking smoked by Larry Bird. If you put Larry Bird against LeBron James, Larry Bird would eat him alive. LeBron James would freaking quit basketball if he had to play against someone like Larry Bird. You know what I mean? Somebody that would shit talk you until you wanted to fight, talk shit about, I hope your mom ain't watching this match and shit like that. Or Magic, who was just 100% one of the greatest all around players of all time. I mean, these guys now, the second fight between the two Mexican guys was pretty solid. Mexicans, people can call me racist if they want. I don't give a shit. Mexicans are generally good boxers, especially the lightweight, like bantamweight and lightweight. Mexicans will get in there and freaking throw down. Those guys are no joke. See, MMA is weird off flips. In MMA, it's dominated by Slavs and freaking Brazilians. Occasionally, an American will win, you know, like an actual white American or a black American or something. But just if you look at champions overall, it's like Brazilians, Slavs, you know, stuff like that. You know, you got like, what was his name? Crow something, Crocow or whatever. And I mean, if you want to go back in the day, you had Fedor Emelianenko and Hoist Gracie, Dan Severn. That guy was a monster. I mean, yeah, it was just it's funny when you put some guys in a ring and it's a real fight. All of a sudden, you see a real demographic change. And then, like someone like Mike Tyson, he might have been a monster at boxing in his prime. But if he went into the ring with one of these like MMA fighters, they'd have ripped his ass apart if he didn't knock him out. That's kind of the thing with boxers. If you don't knock that guy out the first time you throw a couple blows at him, he's going to get you on the ground and start dislocating shit. And there's nothing you can do about it as a boxer. If you don't have a ground game, you're just going. I mean, because back in the old days of MMA, they were boxers. That was straight up like legit championship boxers that would go into MMA. And like 99% of the time, it would happen the same way. They would go in, throw a blow. Somebody would dodge or block the blow, put them on the ground, and just start freaking choking them out or something. And that'd be the end of that fight. You know what I mean? Yeah. No name Barrio 20 somethings. Light and featherweight, those guys are monsters. Specifically Mexicans. not just Latino as a general term, specifically Mexicans. When it comes to lightweight and bantamweight boxing, those guys are beasts. Double octagon so strikers can dance. It wouldn't matter. I don't think so, Bubba. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying, in my opinion, I don't think it matters because it's always going to go the same way. The grappler is going to lead in with his arms out to guard his head, and if he puts his hands on you, you're going down. And once you hit the ground, if you ain't got a ground game, you haven't studied judo or jiu-jitsu or something, he's just going to start taking you apart, you know? Oh, yeah. I believe it's Six Nations. I haven't watched WWE since The Rock was fighting D-Generation X.
I was never really a wrestling guy, so I never really watched it.
Oh, that was the highlight of everything. The Rock was a bad guy, but D-Generation X were also bad guys. And like, that was crazy. You had like Mankind and Dude Love and freaking Cactus Jack and of course my favorite guy of all time, Al Snow. And he was leading a group of guys called the Job Squad. And of course you knew it was all fake, but no one cared. You know, it was like,
it wasn't exactly fake.
Fake.
It was staged.
Right. Kind of. I mean,
there was people who did seriously get hurt on there, but it was
that one Canadian dude died.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, when they slam you on the ground and shit, that hurts for real.
Yeah.
That's not, you know, but I don't know if you remember, they had introduced a while back a wrestler that was like a hardcore D&D player.
Nope.
And his finishing move was to throw like a big bag of dice on the floor and then slam people onto it.
Dick.
Like, what a nerd, right? But way, way back in the day.
Were they all D4s? I mean, because that'd be the most damaging.
I think it was the mid-20s. They brought the Rock out, and they wanted him to be a good guy. And he totally flopped. No one gave a shit about him, right? So they took him away for about a month, and then they brought him out as a bad guy, at which point his fame skyrocketed. Because for some reason in WWE wrestling, the heels are always more popular than the baby faces. Yeah, D4s for that maximum pain. That's what I'm talking about. And there's always been a couple of guys that could kind of cross that line, but usually for some reason, you know, and you had like the Road Warriors, the Fabulous Freebirds. See, you could never have the Fabulous Freebirds today. Rowdy Roddy Piper, hell yeah, everybody loved Rowdy Piper. Come out, but the Fabulous Freebirds would come out playing Leonard Skinner, waving rebel flags around and shit like that. And you just couldn't do that today. Yeah, the Hitman Hart, yeah, he died. One of them, it was one of the guys from Canada. There was an accident and he fell from like a great height, kind of like me technically, but he died, broke his neck. But I mean, you had the twins. I forget what their name was, but it was like the two brothers that did all the acrobatic shit. Jimmy the Superfly Snuka versus Don Morocco in a cage match. Yeah, I mean, that shit, Owen Hart. We all knew it was fake, but it was still just entertaining to watch. And it was like, really, it was just soap operas for guys. That's what it was. It was like, this is a soap. We're going to have so-and-so's wife cheating on him with so-and-so. And then they're going to find out, and it's going to be a big thing. And then there's going to be a big blow up and a fight and blah, blah, blah. It was no different than watching Falcon's Crest or General Hospital, except that it was a bunch of big burly dudes beating the shit out of each other. Oh yeah, when Hulk Hogan body slammed, and it was just kind of a body slam, Andre the Giant. But the Hulkster, he'd always come out and be all like, and they always played his song was like, I am a friend of every man, and all that shit. And the Hulk would come out and do and all that shit and rip his shirt off.
Hulk
I
Hogan's
mean,
probably like one of the only wrestlers
Rey
I knew back then.
Mysterio got someone killed accidentally at the ring too. Oh, the pencil neck geek thing. Yeah. Yeah. Double D talks about that shit or plays that song. George the Animal Still, who was a school teacher. Yeah. But he also played in the ring a really good psychotic bastard. And back then, they weren't afraid to lean on stereotypes either. You had like Ivan Dragunov or whatever. And
there was a wrestler that I did
the
listen
Iron
to
Sheik and freaking all that shit.
On a podcast. I cannot remember his name though. He talked about working with a lot of these people and how fun it was for him.
Oh man, wouldn't it be though?
Yeah.
Because apparently working for Vince McMahon was fun, like you could walk up to him and tell him ideas and shit. And if your ideas, he thought they'd make some money and be interesting, he would do them.
Yeah.
And like he would be cool about it. And of course, there's always the time that Donald Trump freaking body slammed Vince McMahon.
Yeah.
It's like that shit was, because it was like the takeover, because the Don was going to take over the WWE or some shit. Valiant Brothers, etc. Yeah, that shit was great, man. And of course, I mean, if it hasn't been mentioned already, guys, the Nature Boy, right?
That guy also talked about working with Andre the Giant.
Oh well, everybody loved Andre.
Yeah.
Andre the Giant, they said, the gentle giant, just the nicest guy you ever met. But Nature Boy, Ric Flair, you may not like it, but you will learn to love it. Woo! All that shit. It'd just be like, oh my goodness. Dusty Rhodes, who always carried a razor blade in his freaking sweatband so he could cut himself because he got paid extra money for bleeding.
I can tell you, the only wrestler I knew back in the day was like Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, but you would be young, man. I'm 53, so
I know.
When Hulk was in his prime, I was probably in my late teens.
I know, but I watched a few of his movies.
Killer Khan, The Great Kabuki. Yeah, they used to do all kinds of crazy shit back then. I mean,
I gotta say, Hulk Hogan was kind of funny in his movies.
Oh, yeah. The Hulkster trying to get in the movies. Didn't really work out for him.
Didn't, but I mean, they were funny. I didn't mind them. They were entertaining to watch.
It's like The Rock, he kind of made the move and did okay.
Yeah.
Roddy Piper is in one of my favorite movies of all time. And, which is, of course, you guys already know, They Live. Randy Savage, the Macho King. Hell yeah. Every time I snap into a Slim Jim, you got to pull Slim out Jim. For Randy.
I know that. I've seen those commercials.
Hell yeah. And there was a lot of drama for a while between, like, it was not real drama, but there was drama between, it was like Randy Savage versus Hulk Hogan. But then later they teamed up and become friends. And because that was how it was, it was just like, there was always all of these different like dramas and stories and, shit going on. And it made it just interesting. And it made it where you wanted to watch whatever was going on, And yeah, it's good times, man. I haven't watched wrestling since way back then. So for all I know, it's still awesome.
No, from what I've heard, although, again, I wasn't much of a wrestling fan, so it was just not my thing.
I remember the Dudley brothers, and I liked them, and plus they live not very far from me. So I was at the other end of Kissimmee one time at Old Town, which is like a big tourist trap slash amusement park. And the Dudley boys were there with their wives. I didn't bother them. I was sitting down at a bench eating a freaking gyro or gyro, however before one of you wants to correct me on it. And I just saw them walk by, and I was like, well, damn, there's the Dudley boys. They weren't wearing overalls or anything. They were just dressed like normal dudes. But, I knew who they were immediately because Hungar and I were kind of fans of the Dudley brothers, and you had the Hardy boys. They were the ones that were always jumping off of freaking everything. They were super acrobatic. And of course, I mean, we can't talk about wrestling at all without talking about The Undertaker, who started his career as Mean Mark and was known for the heart punch. Mean Mark something, and he did the heart punch, which if he actually did it to you, I think it would kill you because he run up and hit you like center of the chest as hard as he could. And I'm not a doctor or anything, but I'm thinking if some big bastard ran up and literally laid into you like that, they could interrupt your cardiac function,
Yeah, you could possibly go.
Just in case you're wondering, I was just painting primer on the shields of this unit of Kievan Rus soldiers that I'm doing. And I have a matching unit, but I think they're all put up of Lithuanian barbarians. So I can fight my battles between the Kievan Rus Christians versus the Lithuanian barbarians. So pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Hey, James, I sent you a funny meme.
Oh, yeah. The memes have been just crazy. Hands down, I'd venture to guess WWE is still probably better than the BS recaps I watched about Tyson and Paul. Well, yeah. I mean, but like whoever said, if they both walked out there with millions of dollars, then
yeah, they made them money.
The hardcore capitalist in me is just like, well done. People paid you so much money to watch you not really do anything. Brilliant. Good on you. You know what I mean? Because
it's Logan Paul's main way of making money is these stunt fights of fighting people who are well beyond their prime.
They say a fool and his money are soon parted, so I got no problem with it. If people want to blow all their money watching Logan Paul do fake fights with people, I mean, I didn't watch it.
I didn't watch it
I didn't
either.
feel like I needed to because I knew as soon as I logged in, somebody would tell me about it. Like, what did I watch last night? I did watch a movie last night. I think it was Event Horizon. Because Bear was on the channel and we were talking about Event Horizon. So after I got off the channel, I had to go watch it. I can watch it at any time because I own it. And by own it, I mean I kind of own it because I have Amazon Prime, like on my shopping. I pay the money to be a Prime member or whatever. And I have that movie on my Amazon Prime account. So 28 days later, oh man.
Here's something, James. What would you consider the best version of A Christmas Carol?
I like the one that has the guy who played Patton in it the best.
Nah.
And my second favorite one is Muppet Christmas Carol.
Muppet. I think I prefer the Disney one.
Which one is the Disney one?
The one with Scrooge McDuck and Pete was the Grim Reaper.
Oh, I've never even heard of that.
Ah. I think it was Scrooge McDuck,
But
at least.
the one with George C. Scott in it, love it. I love that movie so much. But then the Muppet Christmas Carol, that's just, I mean, that's just good, wholesome fun. Come on, it's Muppets.
Yeah,
But I've watched just about every version of A Christmas Carol except the one you just described, which I've never even heard of.
yeah, it was a one with the Disney characters in it as playing their like those parts. Like you actually had like Mickey Mouse be Bob Cratchit. I think it was the worker.
Yeah, Bob.
Yeah,
Yeah, little Timmy's dad or whatever.
yeah. And then you had like again Pete being the ghost of Christmas future.
I like in Muppet Christmas Carol when the two smartasses that are always sitting up in the box show up and they're the ghosts of Marley and Marley because, there was really only one Marley, but they play like there was two Marleys. And they're like, we're Marley and Marley. And they sing their song. And who plays Scrooge? Michael Caine.
Hmm.
Riding around guns blazing like Michael Caine and Zulu. Anyway, that's a quote from Goldie Looking Chain.
Oh, how about this one?
Guns don't kill people, rappers do.
Have you seen the real Ghostbusters episode about A Christmas Carol?
I have not.
Ah, that one was weird because it's like the Ghostbusters go back into the past for some reason, and then apparently A Christmas Carol was a real thing that happened in their universe. So they went and busted the ghosts of past, present, and future, and Scrooge like somehow made everybody hate Christmas because of it. And then they had to go back and redo the whole story as them as the ghosts, and then release the regular ones later on, which is weird.
Yeah. For those who haven't seen The Wrong Man, it's a British comedy zombie movie akin to Shaun of the Dead, sorta. Only involves spies and assassins. Yeah, I like a lot of the British movies. I thought Shaun of the Dead was really good.
Yeah. Sean had some really good plot armor in that movie, though. I mean,
Favorite
seriously.
Christmas movie? Come on, nobody's gonna say Die Hard.
Is that a Christmas movie or a movie just set during Christmas?
Hey, we can have that argument if you want. No one will win, but we can have that argument.
I don't really care either way.
Scrooge with Bill Murray is my wife's favorite Christmas movie.
Yeah, that's my mother's favorite.
I mean, Bill Murray. Bill Murray's
Bill Murray.
just hilarious,
Yeah.
He's just that guy.
I remember Bill Murray in Zombieland. That was pretty funny.
One of my top 5 favorite movies of all time is Groundhog Day.
That's fair. That's pretty good.
And little known fact, Bill Murray, when he was driving the truck with the freaking groundhog, it bit the fuck out of him. He had to have stitches. Excuse my language. Like he never said anything about it, like publicly, really. But it was one of those things where he had to have like a bunch of stitches. That thing lit him up. But they will. I've killed and ate groundhogs, and I'll tell you what, they got big ass teeth. So if one of them got mad and got into you, yeah, he could lay you open pretty easy. It wouldn't even be, it wouldn't even be a thing for him. You know what I mean? That thing would just light you up, and he found out.
What about the Santa Claus? Anybody's favorite there? That's my favorite.
Everybody likes it, but it's not my favorite. But it's a good one.
It might be because I'm named after the actor in it, but I like it the most.
Oh, I love that guy. What's his name?
Tim Allen.
Full Time Tim or whatever.
Tim Allen.
Yeah, I love that guy.
Yeah, I'm named after that guy.
Yeah. Well, that's weird, but I will say that I like Tim Allen.
Yeah, apparently what it was my parents were watching Home Improvement at the time when they decided to name me.
Or make you?
No, not make me. They've had me at that point.
Oh, well,
It was in
okay.
the hospital.
Okay, if you say so. I was named after a saint because that's what we do.
Oh, here's something. Did you know that the Santa Claus now has a series,
No, I
TV
did
series?
not.
I didn't either, but it's on its second season now.
The only series that I've actually enjoyed watching lately is What We Do in the Shadows, which is
Jim
very
Mitchell and
adult. So
Taylor
if any of
is
you guys on this channel are underage, don't go watch it
that's
because
just
there's
the
a lot
name.
of adult humor in it that you
That's
might get
only
you in
his.
trouble with your parents.
Yeah, Jeff. That's only his name in Home Improvement. His real name is Tim Allen.
Yep.
He was in some really good movies too.
Of course he was. He's in some dogs too, though, like Wild Hogs and shit like that. But
Yeah.
he's been in some good movies. He's been in some good series. That one series where he worked at the hardware, or not hardware, the hunting and camping store.
Last Man
Uh,
Standing.
yeah, that was a great
Yeah,
series
that was.
until they canceled it because
Yeah.
people are idiots.
It's because he was too conservative.
Yeah,
They
he's
didn't
too
like that.
conservative, so they had to get rid of him. And it's like stupid. I mean, because I'll tell you what, if I owned a business and there was somebody who worked for my business and they were making like me shit tons of money,
I wouldn't care about their.
I wouldn't care about their politics. I don't
Yeah.
understand that. They could be freaking outright straight up Marxists. And as long as they didn't push that shit in the show or try to do any stupid shit, and they just did their part in the show and I was making money on it, I'd be like, yeah, be as communist as you want, and we'll both keep making money.
Yeah.
But, for some reason, there are people out there who cannot get that basic idea.
Now I want to watch Galaxy Quest again.
Oh, Galaxy Quest was amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, basically, it's like a love letter to Star Trek.
I know. I was never a real big fan of Star Trek, but I still like the Galaxy Quest.
It is what it is. It's a love letter to Star Trek.
Yeah.
They basically just copied everything Star Trek and then said, okay. And
That is true.
and they might have, made some jokes here and there, but
the jokes weren't mean spirited or
they weren't
hateful.
mean spirited or anything. I wonder how Shatner felt about that movie.
I bet he didn't care. If he probably liked it, if anything, I could see William Shatner liking
Because
Galaxy
you know
Quest.
that Tim Allen was supposed to represent Shatner.
Yeah. And to be
And
fair, I mean, I think they did a pretty good job. I mean, I could see Shatner being kind of like that in a way.
I told you I helped wait on Shatner once.
Yeah, no.
I was the food runner, which meant
Again,
I carried the food out.
William Shatner, especially nowadays, he doesn't seem like a bad guy. He seems like just a cool guy.
Well, I know on Twitter, he's definitely not the guy you want to F around with.
Not fair.
Like, if you talk a bunch of shit to Shatner on Twitter, X, whatever, he will come back at you. He will clap back. You don't talk shit about William Shatner without him responding.
Well, I say that he seems like a cool guy. I don't think he would just snap at you for no reason, type of thing.
Some people said he is full of himself and all that. When he came to Charlie's Steakhouse on International Drive, he got his own room and he told the manager he only wanted to see his waiter and the food runner. That was it, because you worked in a team.
With his fame, I can see why. He probably doesn't get much time alone.
Like, yeah, I told you the story. He was there with his wife.
Yeah.
So he didn't want that to have 100 people running up on him. And I'll tell you what, even the people who work in the restaurant can be as bad as,
yeah.
anyone else. I mean, running up on you and shit, like trying to talk to you when they're not even your waiter. So he just made that deal and he paid a shit ton of money. And I think he tipped my waiter out like $120 or some shit, which meant I got a share of that because the waiter, tips out the food runners. And it's like, okay, I mean, respect.
Yeah.
I mean, I've dealt with Shaq and his whole damn family, and he's got a big family. And good people left a shit ton of money. You know who used to leave the most money though? It was crazy. The numismaticians or whatever, the coin collectors. Once a year, they have a convention in Orlando at the big iDrive convention hall. And sure, they will tip you in coins, but you'll walk out of there with like $100. You know what I mean? Like when these dudes come in, they must all be rich as shit. You know what I mean? And they will leave a stack of 100 gold Sacagaweas on a table. And it's like, in a way, it's a pain in the ass because you've got 100 gold, dollar coins. But in another way, it's awesome because they fill the whole restaurant. It'll just be nothing but them, and they tip big, and all you got to do is bring them their food and they'll happily do whatever. I mean, they're like the ultimate nerds. You know what I mean? Because their whole life is basically devoted around coins. That is all they care about, coins. And that's what they do. They take over the whole convention center and talk about coins. And it's like, okay. And I think that's kind of their joke is leaving the tip in coins. But I'll tell you what, $100 in Sacagaweas is just as good as $100 bill. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Spins the same. If you got a problem with it, take it to the bank and cash it in,
Yeah, just take it to the bank. I'm pretty sure you can get it changed out for bills.
Right. So, and like I said, the waiters, I don't even know how much money the waiters would leave when those guys were in town, but the food runners like me, we would leave with a couple $100. And this shit went on for like a week. So, of course, this is at the iDrive store, which is the flagship store for Charlie's Steakhouse. It is the best in the world, Charlie's Steakhouse restaurant, right? But yeah. And then when the golf guys were in, like when all the golf tournaments were going on and shit, those dudes would roll in, take over like the whole restaurant, and they just all tipped big. I like William Shatner and Tear It 30,000 feet. Is that the one where he sees the gremlin tearing the engine apart on the passenger jet he's riding on? Because Shatner was in what was it, Creep Show or Fright something, or he was in one of those, Tales from the Dark Side or Twilight Zone, whichever one it was. Yep. And everyone remembers when Shatner went through his kinky hair phase. He went out and got himself a fro. And then he played a cop in what was it, TJ Hooker?
That's a bit of an odd one.
He I think the reason that the guy who played Sulu is such a prick is he just can't accept the fact that he will never be as good as Shatner or Nimoy. And he can blame it on whatever he wants to blame it on. But the fact of the matter is, when you read his posts online, he just comes across as like a whiny, envious bitch. And every time he posts anything, if he like tries to tag Shatner into it, Shatner just eats him up. You know what I mean? Makes him look like a a fool. So it's like at some point you would think Sulu would just shut the F up because Shatner ain't having it. So
Some people just don't have the sense to do that.
on a plane and it wants a human sacrifice. I don't think I've ever seen that one.
I don't know about that one either.
But yeah, the one I've seen is where Shatner's at the window seat on an airplane and he looks out and he sees a monster and it starts tearing the engine up and shit like that. And
that'd be terrifying.
Right. And I think it starts out with what's his name? Dan Aykroyd being all like, hey man, you want to see something really scary? And the other guy's like, what? And then, yeah, that was a good one. And I'll tell you what, what was it? The part 1 and part 2 of Creep Show. Those were both good. I think my favorite one was the Wooden Indian. And I was also a huge fan of The Raft.
Talking about Dan Aykroyd, did you know that he had his own line of vodka? James?
I did not.
Yeah. He got his own line of vodka and decided to put it in a Crystal Skull glass to sell it to people.
Well, I mean,
he's really into that kind of stuff. I find it funny.
Well, he's another great actor from Canada.
He is a good actor.
Who got his start on like SCTV or some shit.
Won't say that he isn't, but he loves the weird supernatural stuff.
Hey, let him be. I mean,
I know.
One of my favorite actors is apparently into collecting dinosaur bones. What are you going to do?
Yeah. Yeah. Dan Aykroyd. I mean, it's funny when you have to watch him talk about his vodka.
Nicholas Coppola and his freaking dinosaur bone collection that turned out to all be fake.
Well,
see, I didn't know that, but I still don't care. And he can be pissed because the fact of the matter is he was hired to play Sulu. And if he didn't want to be Sulu or he had a problem with how he was being treated on the show, he could have quit.
Yeah.
But instead, he hung out the whole damn time and then waited until 2000, waited like 40 freaking years to start bitching, and become this monumental hero of the left. It's like, shut the F up. No one gives a shit about you, Sulu. You were like in one good episode that featured you. I really like Rachel Ziegler in Snow White. There is no Rachel Ziegler Snow White, Robbie Mack. They're talking about canceling the whole damn thing now. And Disney made her apologize to Donald Trump.
Oof.
After she posted all that crazy shit, she had to go back on and say how she wasn't in her right mind and she apologized and she didn't mean to insult half of America or the president, blah, blah, blah. Because, I mean, Disney was looking at that, and I see that you're joking, but Disney was looking at that shit, and all they were seeing was all the money they're not getting. And to make it even crazier, Persobic's talking about buying MSNBC from freaking Comcast or some shit, but keeping Morning Joe and his wife on, just firing everyone else. I don't know why, because he thinks it would be funny. And it's like, okay. I mean, if you got the money to do it, apparently he was at Mar-a-Lago trying to drum up investors to buy MSNBC.
Talking about strange buyouts, that does remind me of something that recently happened. Did you hear about the Onion was almost actually bought InfoWars?
Yeah, they were trying to buy InfoWars. I don't know how that went, but they were trying.
Very poorly, because now there's an investigation in on all that stuff because of how it happened.
Well, I mean, first off, whether you agree or not with what Alex Jones said, it's like they charged him $250 million.
$1 billion.
And that's like, wait a minute. Alex Jones has the right to be wrong. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, that's why we have a First Amendment. Like, if I wanted to sit on here and say some wild ass shit about aliens using brainwaves, blah, blah,
Yeah, about
blah,
1.5 billion. That's about right.
yeah, I have the right to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And other people have the right to listen or to say I'm a freaking retard.
Yep.
So why they went after him so hardcore is unconstitutional. It's just such bullshit. And the reason is because they can't shut him up. And they know they can't shut him up, and that pisses them off.
Yeah, they went off to sell off the whole stuff, and the highest bidder was actually another guy who was probably going to allow Alex Jones to keep doing what he's doing and just own the rights to it.
Yeah, what's crazy is like
And it's
everybody knew the fix was in. It was like the judge that was presiding over the case.
just yeah, you're guilty. We're just going to have to prove how much guilt there is.
Yeah, it was like everything about it was crooked as hell. And everyone knew. It was like everyone knew the fix was in. This was, the whole thing wasn't about anything. And, it was like, again, it was one of those trials where no actual laws were broken, but they
Mm-hmm.
were going to figure out a way to put somebody in jail or take all their money away. And we've seen that happen not just to Alex Jones. I mean, they tried it with the once and future king. And it's not working. It's not working for him either. But and of course I'm talking about, Teflon Don.
Yeah.
But they tried that shit with him too. The lawyer suing him for stupid shit and then going against the Constitution and then trying to say what in any other case would have been a misdemeanor is a felony. And you still got retards running around talking about, I can't believe half the country voted for a felon. It's like, I can't believe you don't drown every time it rains because you're dumb as a freaking turkey. How stupid can you be that you actually believe any of the shit that you're being told?
Yeah. But
You
again,
just gotta be completely dumb. I
along
mean,
this whole thing where the Onion was trying to buy it, they were skipping over another guy who was offering more money in what was supposed to be a public auction to sell it to
right.
the Onion. And then they had to reverse it because of how horrible it looked. In fact, I think a lot of people are starting to, be under investigation because of these things too.
I'll tell you what, if Trump gets his cabinet in, I feel like um I feel like some people are going to jail. Or at the least losing jobs.
Yeah.
I mean, and a lot of them are already preparing. Like most of the people who work at the Department of Education, they're already preparing.
Yeah.
They're already saying shit like, if so and so gets in, we're just going to quit, which is like good.
Yeah. I would be
I
happy.
mean,
I'd be like, you're doing half the job for me already.
yeah, you're doing, it's kind of like somebody needs to make a meme of Vivek and Elon sitting across the table and like from Office Space, and just the quote being, so exactly what do you do here?
Oh man, I remember that scene.
You
That was
remember
funny.
that? Somebody
Yeah.
needs to make that a meme.
What
But
was that
have
guy's
Elon and
name in
Vivek
that?
instead of the boss.
Because I remember the guy with like, I think he was like the curly orange hair. I cannot remember his name,
Yeah.
but he played like Dr. Cox on
Yeah.
Scrubs.
Yeah. Yeah. He was one of the two Bobs.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
find
the
him
two Bobs, and
hilarious.
their job was to figure out what everyone did.
It's like, well,
Except the main character rolled in
yeah,
and just
didn't
poured
care.
himself some water and started talking shit.
Yeah. Half the time I'm just doing nothing. I don't care.
Yeah, he's like, and you know what? If I work all this overtime and stuff, I won't see a single penny.
I like how the two Bobs are like, you know what? I like this guy.
Yeah, when they
After all
talk to the
this.
boss, they're like, "So, did you talk to what's his name?" And they're like, "Yeah, that's just a straight shooter with upper management written all over him." Yeah, I'm gonna have to disagree with that. And then the one Bob looks at him and says, "So, tell me, how do you spend your day here?" And the guy's like, "Yeah,"
Yeah.
because it's like, "Oh, you're on the spotlight now, buddy." Yeah, when the Bobs are like, "I see you've been missing some work lately." Well, I would say I've been missing it, Bob. And they start laughing. It's just like, oh my God,
Hmm.
what a classic movie. And what's his name from the Drew Carey show playing the redneck neighbor? When he's all like, "Hey man, can I ask you a question?" And the guy's like, "Sure, man." He's like, "Have you ever heard anybody say that you got a case of the Mondays?" And he looks at him, he's like, "No, man. Fuck no, man. I believe you get your ass kicked for saying something like that." It's just like,
Yeah.
because yeah, the guy's, he's a construction worker, man. He's like, "What are you talking about? The Mondays?" Well, it's so weird because if you want to talk politics, it's like everybody's saying the Democrats went from being the party of the people to the party of the elites, and the Republicans went from being the party of business to the party of the people. And by Republicans, I mean Trumplicans, because there's still neocon Republicans out there trying to throw a monkey wrench into everything.
Yeah, we
And,
still have
and they
a
all
few of those.
deserve to choke on their own blood, in my opinion. But
We still have a few McCains and Romneys.
yeah, you still got a few McCains and Romneys and Grahams that need to, fuck right off. And, they've been there long enough. Luckily, they're getting rid of fucking Turtle Tim from our
Yeah,
state.
he's
He's
finally.
finally retiring, but of course, that's because he's been stroking out.
Yep.
It's like this dude has been in Congress for like 80 years and he's actively having strokes on camera. It might be
Should have been
time to
out
replace
years.
this asshole.
He should have been replaced years ago.
Oh, yeah. He should have been replaced after the first Trump presidency when him and Lindsey Graham stabbed Trump in the back like so many times.
Mitch is still alive. He's not.
That should have ended him. I'll tell you what, they've already said,
I think you meant McCain there because McCain. Yeah.
well, McCain did, but so did, what's his name?
Well, Mitch McConnell's still alive.
Mitch McConnell freaking was
Technically.
like a huge freaking rhino during
Yeah, I
Trump's
know, but
first thing.
Messing showed up from the grave though. That's the thing. He's saying from the grave. McConnell's still kind of alive.
Kind of alive. Yeah, kind of. I mean, he keeps freezing up and staring off into space for like, 5 minutes at a time. So kind of alive, maybe. I don't know. Could be. But the point is, until the Republicans grow some balls, learn that they have to fight dirty because the other team is always going to, and stop giving F's about shit, they're always going to be on the hind foot. And I think that since Trump used to be a Democrat and now I wouldn't call him a Republican. I don't know what I would call him, but he's not what used to be a Republican. He is something new that our country has never seen before, like something. Well, he's, like they said, a populist. Now,
Yeah.
for some reason, being a populist is a bad thing. And I don't understand that because you would think every political candidate would want to be a populist.
Hmm.
Since populism just means, doing the will of the people, right?
I mean, that kind of is fair, I guess, but there's a few things that I guess you could say I don't agree with the populist movement.
Hey,
At least a couple things.
we have a republic, but if you elect somebody to do the will of the people, then their job is to do the will of the people.
I
If
mean,
they're
fair.
not doing the will of the people, then why are they there? Well, we know to make millions of dollars. I mean, even Ocasio-Cortez is like worth $33 million now. And she started out as a bartender, like, in Brooklyn or some shit. So it's like, how'd she make $33 million? That's her salary is like 100,000 and change. I'm in Indiana. Abortion, weed, etc. out the window. They're so friggin' hardcore Bible Belt. Sorry, James, but these things are between each person and their God and not state mandated. You
I
can
can't agree
believe
with
that,
that.
but guess what? You can drive over to Illinois and do whatever you need to do. And if you feel like Indiana sucks balls and you hate it, drive to Illinois and move there.
I mean, Indiana does, but it's not because of those things.
Yeah, Indiana just sucks without worrying about any of those things. That's what it was supposed to be.
Yeah,
That's just how it is.
abortion
The state
should not be a right.
decide.
Or should not be allowed either.
The states decide. Now, me personally, my religious views, you know what I think. But I'm willing to soften up and allow the 3 exceptions. I'm willing to soften up on that. But some of this bullshit is just straight up evil, dude.
Yeah.
And it is what it is. And I don't mean to offend anyone. Let's say you live in Kentucky and you're pissed off because you can't do whatever it is you want to do, right? There's a lot of states you can move to that aren't far away, and that will allow you to do what you want to do. Yeah, move your ass to freaking Illinois. Move to Chicago. You can do whatever you want. Move to California if you're near there. You can do whatever you want. And that's the way the whole system was designed to work.
Yep.
So for the first time in a long time, the American system is working correctly. The idea that the federal government could mandate something on all 50 states, that's the tyranny. You guys are complaining about your state, but you were okay with the actual federal government making mandates? No, that's not the way it works, man. It's got to be at the state level.
Here's another thing. People also got onto Trump whenever he started trying to pull out the whole COVID stuff, because not many people inside like that. We did hold his feet to that fire, at least.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, Trump was dumb in his first tour.
Oh, yeah.
He trusted all the wrong people because that's what he does as a businessman. He hires really capable people and he, he's that kind of guy,
Yeah.
He surrounds himself by the most knowledgeable people he can, and then he trusts them. But yeah, you can't do that in politics.
Nope.
Because the people you think you can trust, you can't trust them. And he learned. He learned the first term. He learned. We'll see what he does. Yeah, they might run AOC, and I don't know. Will I vote for her? No. But she could be, she'll definitely be a better pick than the last two. But the reality is, like Kamala Harris running on abortion, totally stupid, because nothing, even if she got elected president, she could not reinstitute Roe versus Wade. It's done. It's over. It's never coming back. There will never, ever again be a federal mandate that forces every state to do whatever. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It's just, so get over it, drop it from your list of hopes and dreams and move on. Yeah, you could move. Like me, well, I'm in Florida. I love it. You know what I mean? I love it. I got to go to the ballot box. I got to vote on local stuff and what I liked and didn't like and whatever. And
yeah, I have the same experience, except
I can carry my pistol around tucked into my belt as long as, no one sees it. Shit. It's great.
I can open carry. I don't even have
Yeah,
to
you
worry
guys
about
up there walking around like the Wild West. Friggin'
What
six
the
shooter on the
fuck?
hip.
What do I got to do for you to go to your Discord memes channel? Hold on. Sorry.
Don't ask, because I mean I might come up with something that you might be.
Go to your memes channel.
Oh, you got it. Oh, but it's Ron Paul, even better.
Yeah,
Fuck
even better.
yeah.
Department of Government. What would you say you do here?
Efficiency.
Oh yeah, man. Oh man, that's awesome.
Yeah. Nice.
Well, you
You're
know,
welcome.
ask and thou shall
Been in the
receive.
chat for like 4 minutes taking a dump, and I'm like, God damn it, somebody see me.
Yeah, Robbie Mack, I'm not attacking you or even your views. I support your views. I think that if you want to live in a country or a state where certain things are legal, then do it. Knock yourself out. We got 50 states. And if you live in a state where the things you want aren't going the way you want, well, you know, agitate, get some people together, vote, and maybe you can get shit changed at the state level. The less federal power involved, the better.
I hated living in Illinois. There was only a couple bright spots in the state, but it was just a shithole. And I didn't like anything coming out of the fucking state capital. I didn't like anything coming out of Chicago. And I moved to Texas. You know what I don't got to deal with here? Stupid fucking liberals that are in way too much control. They're still liberals, but you know what? They have a fraction of the juice that they had in Illinois. Thank fucking God.
And they all live in Austin.
You know, all we need is a wall for Austin. We can flood it, fill it with water, we fix it.
Yeah, we got liberals. I live in a very blue area. Orange County, Florida is blue as blue can get.
Man,
Like
we
if you
have
look at a
liberals
map
here
of
too.
Florida, Orange County and Metro-Dade are blue. Everything else is red.
Heck, my dad works with a few liberals.
Yeah, I mean, they're not horrible people. I mean, but the thing is, we say liberal, and you got to be a little bit more clear about, because are we talking about liberals or communists?
Communist lefties.
Yeah, because the commie lefties deserve no respite, no pity.
I mean, this guy was so upset that Kamala lost, type of stuff. He was depressed over it.
It's like, why? Why, as a man, would you ever support this person and this party that has spent the last 4 years hating you?
I don't get it.
You have
and actively making commercials about how much they hate you.
They
It's
hate
like,
your
what
penis.
is wrong with you?
Your penis has no personality. It just gets hit stiff and it goes limp, but they still hate your penis.
Right?
And
It's like,
and then they think that no matter what job you have, they can do it better if they just had a penis. Go ahead, you dumb twats. Have fun. Be firefighters.
It's like, I saw them on TV, and a guy told them the truth, and they didn't want to hear it, but they were all like talking that shit like, why did so many of the millennials and Gen Z guys vote Trump? And a guy told them, you have spent their entire youth telling them how horrible they are. So why do you think they would vote for you? And of course, the host of the show got all pissy and was like, no, that's not true, really, though.
It's not
He's
true.
like, no,
really,
it is.
though. No, it completely is.
It's definitely true. This is what you did. Now reap it. You know, if you're going to call, 70+% of the population straight up evil, then you get what you get. They seem to forget that, Caucasians are still the vast majority of this country. And if we voted in a voting block the way other ethnicities do, yeah, they'd never win anything. And that's what happened here, and they were counting on women to give a shit about abortion. And then 69% of women voted Trump. And I've already told you guys this. Housewives don't give a shit about abortion. They got kids. They're not worried about it. They're going to raise their kids. What they really care about is how much Cheerios cost and how much it costs them to run their kids to the soccer camp. That's what they care about. And the Democrats just completely bungled their entire campaign. And they get what they get. A giant rat trap for Austin. Yeah, and that's where Elon Musk lives, but there's been talk that he may move SpaceX or whatever to the Florida Space Coast.
He's got a town in South Texas that's all SpaceX. The entire
I know.
He's built the town.
Uh-huh.
So I mean, if he wants to still move to Florida, he could, but I think he's got a better infrastructure here and it's better insulated. It just seems like we don't get so many hurricanes over where he's at.
Maybe not, but to be honest, they were joking that he's been at Donald Trump's house for like the last week and he won't leave.
Yeah.
Trump even joked about that. He's like, Elon, he just won't leave. And then Trump says, but that's okay. I like him though. He can stay. And then Elon was like, I'm proud of being the first buddy. You know what I mean?
First buddy.
Like, because he's just chilling out at Mar-a-Lago, just doing whatever, hanging out.
I heard about him, election night, the night they were counting all the votes. He's like, Trump's going to win, just leaves.
Yeah. Like, he catches his plane because, of course, he owns one. And he goes to Texas to take care of business. And then as soon as he takes care of whatever business he's got to take care of in Texas, he jumps back on the plane back to Mar-a-Lago. Like him and Trump were freaking playing golf the other day, hanging out, eating dinner. Yeah, he's like Trump's dude on the couch, man.
I gotta go though.
He's
I think
Brad
it's
Pitt.
for dinner. I'll see you.
Catch you.
He's turned into Brad Pitt from True Romance.
Yeah, he's just the dude on the couch.
Yep.
But yeah,
we ought to bring over Joe Rogan because he probably could like some golf with his marijuana. I like his marijuana smoke.
Well, Joe Rogan won Trump the election, and that's the thing a lot of people don't want to admit.
Hey, I'm okay with it.
Rogan won that election because
I like that because Rogan used to be one of these flaming fucking liberals. He used to be so to the left.
Well, so was Elon.
And yeah, but the thing is that once you shove people into the center, they're suddenly the right.
Right, because the worst thing you can be in life is a centrist.
Yeah.
It's like, make up your freaking mind.
And the thing is that Elon and Joe didn't have any real radical ideas of being, leftards. They didn't want to be these fucking Mitch McConnell pieces of shit.
Right.
Well,
it's like that Elon, I think, even posted a meme and it showed like a guy standing at the left and another guy with him at the left and the guy at the right. And then one of the guys at the left runs so far away that the guy in the middle ends up being on the right. And it's like nothing, his opinions didn't change.
No.
But the left got so crazy that he's just like, like they're all saying it. They're all saying it. The left left them. They were perfectly happy being on the left, and then the left went nuts and decided to do crazy ass shit and stop caring about the people and get more interested in, trans ideology and shit like that. And a lot of centrist left people are like, nah, I'm not down with this shit.
Well, don't you want your granddaughter to give up her dream of being a ballerina? And she's already good at being a ballerina as like 9 years old. She's got talent, but don't you think it'd be better for her in the future just to give up that dream and just be a boys swim champion or girls swim champion? Yeah. And be a forklift driver when she gets out of college. Yeah. so fucking
well,
stupid.
I mean, that's why Eli hates him because of his oldest child.
Yeah, he lost his kid.
Yeah.
His kid doesn't talk to him, doesn't communicate with him.
Nope. Completely effed him over. Convinced his kid that his kid was a girl. and she went through all the BS, and now he's like so angry about it. He talks about how he lost his son. And so yeah, it's like they radicalized him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He
Yeah.
was not radical. He was a normal person, and they radicalized him, and now they can deal with it because that's how the world works.
And the part about this that makes me laugh probably the hardest is that Joe Rogan has kind of garnered the position from the deceased Rush Limbaugh of being the most powerful media influencer out there.
Absolutely.
Okay. And what do I hear this last week from the fucking unhinged left? Well, the left just needs to get their own Joe Rogan. What? So you can turn him away from you 2 and 3 years? Piss him off?
Left needs their own Joe Rogan. And the problem is the left in the whole history of America have never been able to run a successful talk show. Like, ever.
Rogan was the closest they were ever going to get, and he was good. He's still good. But he's
so much of a centrist liberal that now he's basically a white supremacist, according to
he makes
the Democrat Party.
He's the only person that makes Tim Pool looks like a decisive person.
Right.
That's my only criticism of Joe Rogan.
See, I don't even criticize that. Joe Rogan, he just hangs out and asks questions, man.
I mean,
he's truly not there to take sides. He just wants to ask you some questions and have a conversation and see what you say.
In 21,
like the left, they never had anybody that could come anywhere near to Rush Limbaugh.
No.
And they will probably never have anyone that comes near to Rogan, who, while not being a hardcore conservative, is at least centrist and willing to listen to anybody.
I just don't understand what was their major malfunction, because Rogan was happy being center left. He was happy in his spot. He was okay to endorse.
Yeah, he knew his line. He knew what lane he was in. He was doing okay, and then people pushed him.
And
he did the same thing to Elon.
He became friends with Elon, who Elon's already fractured, and he's got a home that's not unified, and he's starting to drift towards the definite center, towards the right. And then him and Rogan start being kind of buds. I woke up in October of this year, and I knew how I was voting. I did not know how America would vote. I was hoping that you and my neighbors would all vote for Trump, but I did not know that they were going to get so unhinged on the left, and they would shove away so much of their core base. I did not have that.
That's why it's so amazing.
That wasn't on my bingo card.
It's like who in Kamala's camp told her that putting Megan the Stallion, which makes no sense since a stallion is a male horse.
I understand this.
On stage to shake her ass was going to influence voters. And if she was doing it to try to appease the black vote, it's just insulting.
I don't think it was that.
Because if she was doing it to appease the black vote, it's telling black people this is what she thinks you are. You know what I mean? She thinks you're just a bunch of people dancing around like some kind of tribal eps, acting like primitive people and whatnot.
What if there's something a little bit darker about it?
That they're all on the Diddy tapes?
Not just that. You're on the track. What if Kamala is a mid-tier cleric of a Malcanthet or some other demoness lord? Okay. What if she is literally a cleric of lust and stupidity and
So
poor
Lilith.
decisions? Yeah. So
Well, Lilith has been making big moves this last couple decades.
So Kamala, like whenever she would speak, you and I think it's just garbage that comes out of her mouth. What the fuck is she doing? But
Yeah.
she's casting spells by repeating these stupid things, like I want to become unburdened by what has been. She wants to be a free cunt. She wants to be able to flash her ageless vagine all over the world. She wants men of every stripe to want her boobs. She doesn't want you to look at her wrinkled neck. She wants to remember herself at 30 years old on stage with Diddy getting in the limelight for the first time, and that's what she wants. That's what she wanted as president. She wanted to be the fucking priestess of Jezebel.
Blah. That's what I say to that. Blah.
I don't disagree with you. I like the idea of blah, get her out of there.
Yeah.
I
Move
don't
along,
think I think
evil
she
bitch.
didn't give a shit. I think she was trying to galvanize her base because she didn't feel that there were enough sluts out there for Kamala. And the reason I even say that is because 3 days before voting, I have a commercial on my fucking radio. Ladies, it's okay. You don't have to tell them who you vote for. You can lie to your bedmate.
Yeah, that was not a good idea. I mean, my wife and I were sitting on the couch when that commercial come on, and we both looked at each other like in disbelief. We were both just like, did the Democrat Party really just tell women to lie to their husbands? It's like, why are you married to somebody you feel like you got to lie to about everything? You know, it's like, that's crazy. You know, like is that guy that says, did you make the right choice, baby? Is he going to beat her ass if he finds out? I mean, there's so much implied there.
Yeah.
That's just so insulting, not just to men, but to women. It's just insulting. It's like she's basically saying women don't have their own agency.
And I
They
never
gotta sneak around, you know?
I never thought Kamala was a serious politician. I thought she was better suited as a cheerleader. And it made more sense to me as the campaign unfolded in the last few days when she's going out doing these stupid she's doing these speeches that she obviously rehearsed, because if you hear her at different locations, she does the same inflection, the same beats, the same timing.
Right.
And her beat was so rehearsed.
Right.
There was not a lick of spontaneity in her delivery.
Right.
She knew she was an actress, and that's what she was behind closed doors, and that's what she's going to be in the future. I don't know for who, but she always came off to me as, this is a slut and she's for the streets. She's not for you. She's not for your kids. She's for the deviants that want to ruin your tax base. She's for the people that they want a cashless society driven by fear and barter.
You ever seen that meme, though? The two brothers are in the car, and the one brother's like, she's for the streets.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that shit. She's a 304.
Yeah.
Get her ass out of here.
That's all she ever was. She was
she got her first position by blowing an old man who was married. And she's basically been handed everything. She didn't even earn her right to run for president.
No.
It was just handed to her by some cabal of Democrats, probably Clintons, who knows? Because
did you hear the new news?
No.
Pelosi was saying that they were wanting to actually have a primary, but Joe Biden bent over the Democrat Party and says, we can't run a primary. We've already gathered money under our banner, so I'm going to run Kamala. And then he endorses Kamala for president before anybody else has a chance to do anything. And that's the reason why they were stuck with Kamala.
The way I heard it is the Democratic Party betrayed Biden.
Yeah. Yeah, they were getting ready to go for a
And that
primary.
apparently his wife did not take it well.
I've heard that.
Yeah, well, election day, she's walking out with a grin on her face, dressed in all red.
All red. You know for a fact she
I
fucking voted for Trump.
am almost willing to bet that they both voted Trump.
Yep.
And that is hilarious. And did
Uh-huh.
you see them sitting on the couch together?
Yes.
After all the demonization and everything that they have done, you know, he's a threat to democracy, etc. Biden is sitting there grinning ear to ear, sitting close to Trump like they're bosom buddies and best friends. And somebody was like comparing that to when Trump and Obama was sitting on the couch, and they were sitting as far apart as possible, and there wasn't a smile on anybody's face.
Nope.
And then they're like, and then you look at Biden sitting on the couch with Trump, and he's grinning ear to ear and just happy. And I think that when they double dealt him and kind of pushed him out, I mean, you could say a lot about Biden, and one thing you can definitely say is he's not a guy that's above being spiteful. You know what I'm saying?
I do.
Oh yeah, I have in the last 4 years that Biden has been president, never seen him happier than him on the couch talking to Trump about turning power over. He has never looked happier. He has always looked miserable and freaking, you know, whatever. But that picture says 1,000 words. He was freaking stoked, man. He was ready to go. And you know, Jill, like I said, no one in the world can hold a grudge or be more spiteful than a woman scorned. And they pulled that shit on her husband. And she's like, okay, you want to play games? We can play games.
And then she came out in all red. Mm.
Well, I mean, there was the one thing where freaking Biden is literally walking around in a Make America Great Again hat. I think that was in Texas.
Do you think that guy was a plant?
The Make America Great Again guy?
The guy that gave him the hat, the older fella that's like our age or 60. Do you think he was a plant?
I don't know. Can't say.
I still believe Limbaugh.
Can't even speculate.
There's nothing that's fucking unrehearsed.
It could have been. Or maybe it wasn't. I don't know. But either way, the fact that the current president was wearing a Make America Great Again hat with a giant smile on his face, whether that was something he planned or was all natural, either way, that is not good news for the incumbent. You know what I mean? Because it's just like, yeah. And he did a lot of little things throughout the whole election that could lead you to believe that he was not super happy with the way shit went, you know? That wasn't the only thing he done. He done other stuff.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's pretty apparent, guys, that Uncle Joe was not happy. He wasn't happy. And so, for all of his failings and faults and the fact that I believe, honestly, that it was elder abuse to make him run a second time anyway, now maybe the man can go back to frickin' Delaware, wherever the hell he's from, and relax and not worry about all the bullshit. And good for him. That's what I have to say about that. Good for you, man. You go back to wherever you're from and you do whatever it is, and don't worry about shit, because you're old and you've done your time, maybe way too much time. And it's time to just go to wherever you're going to go and die. And I don't even mean that like in a mean way. I mean it in enjoy your twilight years until you die, and don't worry about all the bullshit. You know.
Nah, I
Some
think
people will say he was a great politician. I am indifferent to him.
I hated
You know?
Biden.
It's like I don't hate him, but I'm
Okay.
not a fan either. You know, it's like almost like he don't rate. You know, it's like a non-entity to me. I know he exists, but I know he did some effed up shit, and I'm not happy with all of his wanting to smell children all the time because that's just weird. But at the same time, you know, I'm just like, whatever, go away. You know what I mean? It's like, I hold no grudges against Biden at all.
Well, the thing is, you and I don't, and most of this chat doesn't. Even though our chat, I apologize for killing your chat, but there's
For what?
something. When I came in here, there was like 8 people. Now we're down to what, 3? I'm sorry.
7?
Okay, good.
Oh, no, you know, after 2 hours, it always starts to kind of drop.
Well, yeah. Well, usually your 2 hours is like your sign off time. Like, I'm gonna go recharge. That's usually James, but we can go on.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, it'll drop. People say it's at 5 now. I don't even look at it. There could be 0 people watching, and I would still sit here and talk to you, Bruce.
cool.
I mean, and I'm sorry, guys in the audience. I mean, I love your input and all, but I am not here to impress you. I'm here hoping to get a couple of my buddies on to have a chat with, is what I'm hoping. And, you know, now that Bruce is on, I got one of my buddies on, we can chat about some stuff.
So,
And you guys being here, that's just a bonus for you guys, honestly.
I'm still on cloud 9, James.
About the election?
About the election.
I had no doubt.
It's almost like it was the last effort that Limbaugh could give us. After we got, I heard a rumor and I saw a picture of like over 400 electoral votes for Trump in 2000, and that was at 3:30 in the morning on the Eastern time. Before that, it was photographed from Germany.
Right.
A person in Germany saw it, but the Dominion and Smartmatic servers started going off, and then shortly after that, pipes burst and vans pulled up at various locations, and you know what happened. And we have evidence of that now because 18 million people didn't just not decide to vote. 18, right. 20 million people. Where did they go? What happened?
Yeah, somebody even did like a average of Democrat turnout, and it's a straight line except 2020.
Yeah,
where there's an extra 15 million out of the blue, right? We all know what happened. Unfortunately, talking about it won't ever fix it because, you know, what's done is done. Now, the people in Pennsylvania that are actively saying that they're going to keep doing what they're doing and counting illegal votes and shit like that, well, some politician should roll in there against their own Supreme Court's will. Some politician needs to roll in there and just arrest them.
Yeah, I don't want a politician. I want a sheriff.
And, you know, I don't know who will be the one to do it, but someone needs to. Because they actively on TV in front of cameras said they were breaking the law. And then this other thing with like all the Democrats want to form like a shadow government. Everyone involved in the shadow government is breaking the law and should be tried for treason and thrown in prison, if not hung. I mean, when you lose an election, you're not allowed to start your own government. You know, you just deal with it. I mean, what they're trying to do, that's not how America works. And yeah. So they're lucky I'm not like the guy in charge, because I'd be getting them all ready to get round up, because they are committing treason. And they definitely need to be dealt with for their shady actions. but we'll see how it works out, you know? And of course, all the idiots that can't tell the difference between a Jerusalem cross and a swastika going after the one guy.
Going after Hesketh.
Yeah, because he's got the Jerusalem cross tattooed over here.
Yeah.
And they're like, that's a swastika. It's like, no, it's not.
Sure, it's a swastika. Sure.
You know, it's not a swastika.
No, it's not.
You guys see a swastika everywhere you look. It's like you look at a tree and the grain of the tree forms a swastika. You know, it's a Nazi tree. You know, it's like, what the hell is wrong with you guys? Get over yourself. Everyone who disagrees with you is not a National Socialist.
You know, like for 5 days after the election, up until just beginning of this week, Sunday,
yeah,
I was sending out the 1968 producers Springtime for Hitler.
Yeah.
I was sending that out to people on Twitter. I must have sent that to about maybe 200 people, and Twitter told me, like, stop spamming people's walls. We're gonna block you from doing this. Stop that. They don't want this. You're not a friend of theirs. There's nobody you follow that's in common.
Like, I hope so. Springtime for Hitler and Germany. Winter for Poland and France. I mean, that's the Zero Mostel and frickin' Gene Wilder.
Yep, Gene Wilder.
Gene Wilder is Leo. He freaking kills it. But anyway. Yeah. They thought they made the worst movie of all time, and then people come in, they're like talking about how hilarious it is and shit, and they're like, oh shit. Yeah, a classic. The new one wasn't bad with Matthew Broderick or whatever. It wasn't
Broderick was
bad. But I mean, Matthew Broderick is never going to beat Gene Wilder.
That's the problem with it. It's he would have been okay if it had been like a play.
Right.
But you made it a national movie, a nationwide release, and the producers was just in the $5 bin over at Walmart 3 months before that movie came out in theaters. Like, whoever was in charge of the release of all this, they seriously got bungled, because I owned a copy of that movie.
Well, I know when I seen Fiddler on the Roof on stage, it was Zero Mostel played Tevye. In the movie, they got Topol.
Mm-hmm.
But in the actual play, it was Zero Mostel.
Zero would be good.
He was good.
Broderick's good, but he's not fucking Gene Wilder good.
Right. That's the problem. Zero was good. Topol, I think, was better in the movie. And plus, he reminds me of my dad, which you might have seen a picture of my dad.
So if he looks like you or Hungar, I'm pretty certain.
Yeah, that my dad looks like Topol, who was also playing Dr. Zarkov in Flash Gordon.
Wasn't he also in another movie, Conan? Or am I thinking of somebody else? I'm thinking of Mako.
That's Mako, yeah. Topol is the bearded Jewish guy that was Dr. Zarkov in Flash Gordon, the one from the 80s.
The good one with Sam J. Jones.
Yeah, with the Queen soundtrack. And then, of course, he was Tevye in Fiddler on the Roof. You know,
wasn't Topol in a Bond movie?
Could have been.
I'm thinking he was. I might be going out of my gourd.
I have never looked up his IMDb. All I know is he's an Israeli actor, and the last time I thought about it, I think he lives in Tel Aviv, which is which makes sense because Tel Aviv is kind of like LA for Israel. You know what I mean? It's
Mhm.
like where a lot of the less religious Jewish people live.
Less Orthodox, yeah.
Yeah, like when my cousin Stephen lived in Israel, that's where he lived because he wasn't super religious. And in Tel Aviv, you can actually go into a restaurant and order like pork loin,
Yeah.
but they call it white steak.
Okay. Sure. It's white
Like they
steak.
don't call it pork, they call it white steak, but it's what it is. It's like because a lot of Jewish people that live in Tel Aviv, they're just not super religious.
Yeah.
I mean, my great grandmother, she would never eat meat and cheese together, but she'd eat pork all day.
I gotta ask.
Yeah.
You and your chat. This is a piece that came with a bunch of spiders, a halfling, and a couple bundled up bodies. Should I go with a desert tan, khaki-ish color, or more of a gray stone, mountain gray look?
I would go with the gray because that looks like something the elves built on a mountain at some point.
Okay, that's fair.
So, yeah. That looks like, yeah, Tolkien stuff, which, would be granite gray. Now, the spider, paint however you want. I mean,
Yeah, these things I'm not certain yet.
it's your spider.
I got the little medium-sized spiders, or this is a large spider actually. And then I got Alaketh the Ancient, which this thing
Yeah.
here, the fucking Six Nations man, he about freaked out. I didn't realize dude was arachnophobic, but he.
Oh my goodness. You know what? I'm not going to make fun of anyone for being arachnophobic.
No, I'm not
I've
either.
always been a huge fan of spiders.
Okay, I know I've got a phobia of something. I just can't remember what. As I know, at one point I was fearful as fuck, and I ran away with shit in my drawers coming out my pant leg.
I have never been afraid of anything. I don't even know what it's like really to be afraid.
Well,
I guess the closest I've ever come to fear is like the thought that something might happen to my wife or dog or something. That makes me feel like anxious and like away. But no, man, I've never actually been afraid of anything. And spiders, I've always loved spiders. And I think it's because my mom, how I told you she used to make us read. One of the books I read was a bunch of short stories. And long story short, the spiders were the good guys, and like all the other insects were the bad guys, and they were all plotting to wipe humanity out. And the spiders were busting their ass to try and save humans. And this was on Earth, like, and Rick and Morty actually copied the episode, but with squirrels. But yeah, it turned out there was a man who could hear insects talking. And when the insects determined he could hear and understand them, they basically decided to kill him. And when he's sitting on his couch, basically with everything sealed up, and they're trying to get in to kill him, he sees a spider, and the spider starts talking to him. It turns out the spider's the good guy. And the spider's like, we're going to do everything we can to save you. And the man's like, you're going to save me? And the spider says, well, probably not you personally, but humans. And he's like, oh, you know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, yeah, in the end, the insect swarmed his home and killed him. But hopefully, the story ends there. Hopefully, the spiders managed to do what they said they were going to do and save humanity. So yeah, ever since I read that story as a young child, it kind of made me view spiders as the good guys. Like my wife is not a fan of spiders. And when she sees a spider in the house, she'll be like, there's a spider in the house, take it outside. And I'll be like, if we name it, it just becomes a pet. And she laughs, but she's like, no. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm like, we can't get rid of that spider. That spider's Tony. Tony's my buddy. And she'll be like, take Tony outside. And I'm like, okay, babe. Because she doesn't like any creepy crawlies at all. Because she's a young lady, and that's how, young women are. They don't like the spider. Like the song says, they don't like spiders and snakes. Some of you guys will get that. But I bet most of you will not. Because that is going way back. I don't like spiders and snakes. And that ain't what it takes to love me. You fool, you fool. Right? I don't like spiders and snakes. Yeah, because the guy was talking about how the girl took him down to the pond and said, do whatever you want to do. And he captured a frog and, put it in her face like to scare her. And she basically tells him, you're an idiot. We're down here because I want you to, do some stuff. And you're effing around with spiders and shit. Grow the hell up. Because she was looking for some loving is what was going on there, Bruce.
Hey, I got to go check my mailbox real quick. I think I might have something in there.
I hope you do.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. I don't like spiders and snakes. Yeah, on Hee Haw, there was an episode where that guy performed the song, guys. And the female in the song was Dolly Parton when she's like 20. It's worth watching, if you like Dolly Parton when she's like 20, being all sexy and stuff. I mean, she's older than my grandma, but there was a time. There was a time when Miss Dolly was young and she was quite the looker, I'll tell you. I mean, I know that hair is probably a wig and everything, but you know what? I don't think I care that much. And there are no pictures anywhere of Dolly Parton topless. And that bothers me because, it's not a lustful thing. It's a curious thing. I am just so curious to see what her boobs actually look like. Bear and his crew had a very solid session over on the channel today. What were they playing? Was today his superhero game? But yeah. That's one thing about being a guy. Once you see your first set of tits, it's like you want to see the rest of them. Hey, OGG, how you doing? And not your echo. I will have to give that a look. I think he said today was his superhero game. Tuesday, DM Cody will be getting a copy of the box set of Dragonbane. I know because I sent it to him. And then GM Cody is going to run Dragonbane for Bear and some other people, which should be pretty cool. And, it's just you guys know the story. It just so happened that I somehow ordered 3 of them. Because, I don't know, I was probably high or something. Stuff happens. His homebrew, the BRP Conan setting. Nice. Yeah, I've got the, if you go to Monolith Games, you can actually download the Conan, like introduction for free. And, I mean, it's not bad. I'm not sure if it's better than the 2-die-20 system though. But it's basically the same thing. It's target number, and then you roll, skill plus whatever die, and try to beat target number and whatever, So, and it's probably going to have a life path system, just like 2-die-20 Conan did. So yeah, whatever, I mean, the rules are different, but it's one of those things where it's like the rules are different, but are they though? I mean,
Hail Off Grid Gaming.
Off Grid Gaming, yeah, he's in here. Hola, amigos. Yeah, I mean, BRP is a very decent system. It's percentile. Roll your percentile skill versus something, and then something will happen. Kind of hard to screw that up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's very useful for just about any game. BRP could be used for any game, but it would it would be a much more gritty game than D&D because in BRP you can do the death spiral because as you get damaged, you actually get worse at doing stuff. So it's entirely possible for your character to get in a position where he is just not going to win. At which point you got to run. Run, boy, run.
Yeah, Crafting. I was hoping I would get it today. I got 2 packages coming in Monday. Yours and another one.
Well, you got something. I saw that.
I got the Aberration Female Beholder sexy print, not the transgender print.
Oh, so you got the booby beholder.
Uh-huh.
Nice.
Not against, other types because it is an aberration. It's just I'm not going to buy it.
Yeah, don't beholders actually not even come from the realm? Like, they come from the outer place, like where the obelisks come from, and
I think so.
Or whatever.
They're definitely aberrations.
Yeah. Pretty much like the last time I read the lore, they were supposed to be madness personified. And no two are exactly alike, and they hate each other.
Yeah, they don't get along well.
They're all convinced that they're the best. So I'm pretty sure D&D probably changed that because that sounds a little bit too much like, racism. Even though it's beholders and they're being racist against each other.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they're not like chaotic neutral now and you can play them.
They're edgy evil and you can play them.
I mean, why not? It's like you can play Get Yankee.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. Because aren't don't the Gith have a queen? The moment you become cool and hit X level, the queen sucks your soul and off you go to furnish her with your power.
Yeah, they have a queen who is a very powerful lich that rides an ancient red dragon. And basically, as soon as any Gith Yankee hits a level that they consider might be a threat to her, she kills.
Yeah.
So it's like, as a Gith Yankee, it's almost not worth it. But you're going to do it anyway because that's your orders. And you're not going to disobey the queen because she'll kill you. Or send, someone to kill you. So, right. And then, of course, you've got the Getzeri, who are basically just monks that live in limbo for some reason. And one thing they both have in common is they hate mind flayers.
So this is an interesting little sculpt. You got a front butt on there. I'm not going to paint it up while I'm on camera with you. Not unless we're on Rumble.
That
And
looks like something you would paint up for a Slanesh demon.
yeah.
It's like, this is a demon of Slanesh, a greater demon or something. And it's like, okay.
Yeah, Six Nations, a cross between Nancy Pelosi and Hillary Rodham Clinton riding a Dracolic red dragon. That'd be badass.
Yeah.
The only thing I don't like about her is that she's got this. Let me see if I can get the camera to focus better on this, but her hairdo in front. There's a little meme here in San Antonio.
Yeah.
Of a little kid with the worst bowl cut in the world.
Yeah.
The worst bowl cut in the world. We call that Edgar. That's an Edgar. And sometimes you'll see a guy working at a tattoo parlor or at a mechanic shop or some other low social tier location where he's not going to get fired for anything he says. He probably doesn't even have like a 1099 he has to fill out.
Yeah.
And he's got an Edgar bowl cut. It's a meme here in San Antonio. And this girl, she's got an Edgar cut in the front. Her bangs are all Edgar.
How liberating though it must be to be that guy.
Yes, it'd be like having in 2024 you have a permed mullet with the little incisions along your sideburns.
Right. It's like you're just the guy that has 0 F's to give. You're just
not a single fuck is given.
You're like, I'm going to do what I want to do, and people can like it or not because I'm working a job that's crappy and they do not care. They're just glad I show up. So, very liberating.
Crafting gamer
where you have to present a certain image all the time. I'm not saying it's bad, but
no.
That to worry about. Loretta Lynn was more attractive from middle age up than she was young. Loretta Lynn was pretty, and her sister, Crystal Gale.
Yep.
Crystal Gale was amazing back in the day. I used to own the record that had, I think, Don't It Make My Brown Eyes Blue or something like that.
I'm not a country music fan from a young age, so if you say something about Loretta Lynn, I just smile and nod.
Well, you know what? Whatever you think country music is, Crystal Gale and Loretta Lynn are probably not it.
I'm not against it. It's just I didn't listen to it. It wasn't.
Yeah.
It wasn't anywhere near what I was interested in at the time.
Right.
Nowadays, I ain't gonna lie. You got some Conley Cootie there. Hell yeah. Boom, 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 boom.
Boom, boom, boom. When you say boom, 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 I think about John Lee Hooker.
Oh.
Because he's got that one song where he's like, boom, 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 boom. Yeah. And it was in Blues Brothers.
Yes.
And she took the Katie, left me a mule to ride. I only know that because my mom was big time into blues. Like she had an album that was what's his name, Robert Johnson and all that. And I've always been like, blues is okay. I mean, it's basically just black people singing their version of country music.
Yeah.
Instead of their wife done left them and blah, 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 it's, she took the Katie and left me a mule to ride, but really when you compare the two, it's the same stuff. It's people singing about heartbreak and loss. Of course, the rumor that Robert Johnson sold his soul at the crossroads, which was a rumor he never tried to clear up.
No. Well, there's some things that will increase your infamy. They'll help you sell a couple more albums. Like, if Mike Tyson and David Allan Coe sang together one night, I don't think either of those gentlemen would deny that they were on stage together.
Right. He ended up getting murdered. Did you know that, Robert Johnson?
No. Was not
Yeah,
aware.
this guy got jealous because he was pretty sure Robert Johnson was giving it to his old lady. So
Why
they
is it like
gave him some whiskey that had wood grain alcohol in it.
No, I don't do it.
It killed him because, wood grain alcohol will kill you. Not only will it kill you, but how they know you died of it is it takes the wrinkles out of your brain.
What?
Yeah. Melt your brain, dude.
Jesus.
Yeah. When they do the autopsy, when they cut your head open to like weigh your brain, if they see that it's nice and smooth, they know you've been got by ethanol alcohol or wood grain alcohol. And if you mix it in with like vodka or moonshine or something like that, whoever drinks it would never know, And so that's how he died. Even though there were rumors that what actually happened is the devil came and got him because of the deal he had made at the crossroads. But
see, I don't even know what you're talking about there. So if you want to go into story time, I'm going to shut up.
What, you mean the crossroads?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
All right. In occultism, places where you can summon demons and devils are places that are neither one thing or another entirely, right?
Okay.
So like a shoreline, a riverbank, or a crossroad. And Robert Johnson wrote a song called Crossroad Blues, where he says he went down to the crossroad and fell down on his knees, and he talks about selling his soul to the devil. Basically a Faustian contract, right? And a lot of people believed that he wasn't bullshitting, that he had indeed entered into a Faustian contract to be able to play his guitar as good as he could, right? And the problem, though, is Faustian contracts always have a time limit. It's like the demon will tell you you'll get whatever it is you want, but you get 5 years or something like that, right?
Maybe you get 3.
Whatever it is. And
no. They sometimes short you.
Right. And then the rule is at the end of your contract, they get you. And you get to go to hell because that is the agreement you made.
Mm-hmm.
And they call it Faustian contract based on the German story of Faust.
Faust.
There's actually 2 stories. They call it Faust A and Faust V. But regardless, it's all about a guy summoning a demon and bargaining his soul for X amount of years of like pleasure and whatever, right? Well, Robert Johnson, getting back to the topic, supposedly did that. So when he died, a lot of people thought he died as a result of his Faustian contract. And I don't know, maybe. But yeah, crossroads are super important. If you ever have read anything about occultism, demonology, anything like that, and have been forever, like there was this one Irish king and he had a gaze on him where he could never be killed unless he had 1 foot in water and 1 foot on land and there was this whole thing that he had to do because he had to basically be in a place that was in between the world in order to die. And of course, he effed around and ended up getting caught in between and got killed. Got shot by an arrow and died. But yeah, crossroads and stuff like that. dangerous places.
Now that,
And we're not talking about like a crossroad in the middle of the city. We're talking about way out in the woods.
yeah, you're out in the sticks.
You're way out in the woods in Mississippi, someplace on a clay red road, and you come to a crossroad. That's going to be a place where the veil between the worlds is very thin. Especially if you went to the crossroads on All Saints Eve, which, non-Christians celebrate as Halloween.
Mm-hmm.
That's when the veil between our world and the next is at its most thinnest. And then, the theory is, and I would never suggest any of you do this because it's absolutely insane, but the theory is at those types of places, you can make contact with, extra dimensional beings, or as I would call them, demons.
Devils, same thing.
Yeah. And they will offer you all kinds of stuff and temptations. And if you give in, you're basically effed in the A for eternity. So congratulations to you. So I would suggest not doing it. Now, Led Zeppelin, according to their autobiographies, they said when they formed the band, they went to a crossroads and made a deal. And then some people say that leads to the, coincidental death of John Bonham in the castle that had been owned by Aleister Crowley, who was a world-renowned Satanist.
I gotta ask though. I must ask this.
Mm-hmm.
John Bonham was also a world-renowned drunk. I mean, he was trying to be Keith Moon.
Well, that's how he died. He got drunk and, they left him laying on his back. So he, inhaled his own vomitus, as they would say, and suffocated. That's why if you ever go out partying, boys, and somebody gets that kind of drunk, roll them on their belly.
Yeah,
they might wake up with a face full of vomit, but they'll wake up.
Or
better yet, just don't get that drunk. That
would be preferred, but there are some people we know that just can't hold their liquor.
Yeah, and there's some people who can't stop when they start.
That's a lot of my friends. Speaking of beers, I just discovered a really good one called Shell Shock.
Really?
Do you like Imperial? Well, never mind. You're not as much of a drinker anymore because of all the medical stuff, but
well, I mean, it's just diabetes, which technically I don't even have.
Did you beat it?
Well, I went from the 300 pounds down to what I am now, and I'm on metformin, so my daily blood sugar is like perfect. Okay. So if I wanted to have a Yingling, and I do have Yingling Black and Tan and Yingling Light in the freezer, or I call it the freezer, the outdoor fridge.
Yeah.
I could do it. I just, during that period of time when I was trying to lose all the weight, I got to where I didn't do anything but eat meat and green vegetables. And so I kind of just stopped drinking.
Sure.
But yeah, I used to. I remember one Legion of Myth show I was on. I did 12 shots of vodka during the course of the show. And I was using my vodka glass, which is what this is.
It's a double shot, isn't it?
Yep. But that's from Russia. It was a gift to me from my pops, who probably got from his mom or his grandma. And yeah, it's a double. And I did 12 of these. And boy, I was drunk. I didn't know I was drunk until I stood up to go to bed. You know how it is.
Yeah, know exactly how it is.
You've drunk. You know how it is. Well, you feel fine when you're sitting there talking to your pals, but then you stand up and it's like
you stood up too fast. Any speed standing up, you're bad. You're in bad shape.
Yep. So, but I have not drank like that. I mean, like a year before, I was hanging out with my Serbian brother-in-law, and we drank like a gallon of vodka. between us, him and I, shared like a gallon of vodka. And we were lit. I mean, not passing out drunk lit, but we were really, really drunk.
Close. Good. You're good drunk.
Mixing drugs, alcohol, and failed Abra Melon ritual in a occultic house would lead to some weird stuff. I wouldn't look. I've told everybody I've studied certain things, and I do not recommend it. That is my final answer. What's your final answer? Don't recommend it. Don't do it. It's bad, and it never ends good. And if you think you're the one guy that's going to outsmart, the devil, well, that kind of arrogance will surely land you in hell, because you have no idea what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a creature that literally has all eternity to wait. Not in a hurry at all. And some people just don't understand it. No, that's not going to work. Maybe will this be better? I think this is what we're looking. Yeah, that's what we're looking for. Get that PDF to lock in there, and it's just underneath this exit. I'm going to paint that exit a different color so that maybe I'll do it hazard stripes. Yeah, that'll be good. What do you think demons are as a manifestation within our world? Well, in the beginning of time, God created all the non-matter stuff, non-material stuff, and some of the ones he created were not happy with the way things were, and they rebelled, and that would be the demons. And before there was anything, there was those two groups, the demons and the loyalists. A constant war for who knows, because time didn't even exist. But then, God decided to make humanity, and that pissed them off really bad. So then they decided to hurt God in the only way they can hurt God, and that is by destroying what God loves, which is humanity. And since that point, it has been them trying to destroy us for all time. And I'll tell you what, in my opinion, they're winning.
Saw a really good movie with Janet about a year ago.
Yeah, there's falling angels. That's you can call them spiritual beings. There are, of course, beings of pure energy and spirit, but angel would be another word for them. Yeah.
Have you seen Nefarious?
Of course, I love that movie.
Okay, I didn't know if you had or not. We hadn't discussed this yet. That is
also one of the most realistic depictions of how demonic possession happens that's ever been put to film.
Yeah.
For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against powers, principalities, and the rulers of the air, I think is what it actually says. But yeah. And every day they are here presenting us with temptation. And because they hate us, they absolutely hate us. And they want us to be destroyed because it makes them happy every time we fell. Because they know every time we fell, that Jesus and God and the Holy Spirit all grieve. So yeah, that's their thing. In Nefarious, when it says the forever war, he's not bullshitting.
No.
You know, everything he says matches perfectly with scripture. Not only just scripture, but apocryphal, tells, demonology, you know, all of it. Everything he's saying is like dead on. You know, when he talks about Moloch and how they used to bang drums so they wouldn't hear the babies screaming when they threw them in a fire. And then last week, the women who were pro-abortion were marching down the street banging drums.
Yeah.
What do you think that was about? Do you think that's a coincidence?
Oh, there's nothing coincidental, sir.
Yeah, that's not a coincidence. All of these 100 women banging these big drums and blowing horns and carrying on. They're just reenacting the priests of Moloch.
Yep.
And their whole point is because they want to kill innocent children. You know,
destroy the innocent.
Yeah. Because they know that makes God weep. Yeah, I mean, it's so weird. It's like, that's one thing I can't wrap my mind around. And sometimes I talk to my wife because she's like a super genius and I ask her questions. And it's like, the thing I have a problem with is it's like, of all the things going on in the world, that's the thing.
Mr. Cody.
You know, hey, good evening, Cody. How are you? And as a man, I don't understand it. Because I'm sitting here worried about, you know, possible nuclear war with Russia and the Chinese buzzing around Taiwan, which could possibly start a Pacific theater, bunch of bullshit and economics. And, you know, I'm thinking about real things. Oh, it arrived early. Well, congratulations, bro. They told me it'd be Tuesday, but hey, congratulations. You'll love it. I'm sure you've probably already read the PDF, so you know you'll love it. I threw a cloth map in to make up for the fact that it had no dice. I think I put all the dice in one bag, and I'm not sure where they are, to be perfectly honest. So, but yeah, that was Bear. Bear asked if I'd do him that favor, and I was like, yeah, sure. You know. But yeah, so like whoever said nothing new under the sun, yeah. I agree, Mar Hawkman. I agree with you 100%. It's the thing that a lot of people don't want to believe. It's like even people who would call themselves Christians a lot of times want to pretend like evil doesn't exist. It's like a mental illness or something. It's like, no, evil exists. Some people are just evil as shit. You know, some things are evil. Wolverine with a healthy dose of Ben Gay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the plan I saw, and I don't know if it's true, is basically the breakaway regions in Ukraine are going to become buffer states. And Zelensky's going to have to agree to that. That's going to be the peace. And Russia will always have a land route to Crimea. That's going to be what Zelensky's going to have to agree to. A lot of people might say he shouldn't have to agree, but it's that or the Russians are going to keep grinding through the Crimeans until they're in Kiev, which could be within the next 6 months. I mean, no matter what a lot of the media are trying to tell you, the Russians are absolutely winning that war. They're taking casualties, but they can, you know? The Russian army is 500,000 strong. The Ukrainians have already lost more than that. They've lost 600,000 people at least. And that could be a conservative quote. The Russians have lost around 50,000. So you're talking about a KD ratio that anyone playing Battlefield 3 or 4 would be proud of. You know, a KD ratio of 10-1. That's a good ratio, man. That's like gamer skills right there. You know what I'm saying? I forget what my KD was back when I was hardcore into that game, but it's pretty good. But I got most of my points by throwing down health packs and defibrillating people back to life. Yeah, they're military, and it's like you see them on Instagram. They're talking, and they're like, high command ordered us to charge the enemy lines. There's only 25 of us, and no one's had actual military training. You know, we're like, I guess their version of reserve or National Guardsmen. And the unit started out with like 200 men, and now they're down to 25. And instead of being withdrawn from the front, they're being ordered to charge. That's insane. That's insane. That's like, it's like, does the high command just want all those men dead? And my opinion is yes. The high command wants all those men dead. The thing people are not seeing in the big picture is almost every single Ukrainian is an Orthodox Christian. And there are groups of people in this world that despise Orthodox Christians, like despise us more than anything.
Yep.
And so a war calculated to destroy 1 million Orthodox Christians is a win to these people. That is like totally a win. And that's what we're seeing in Ukraine. So
Hey, you want
no,
to
it does not make me happy when I see casualty reports of men in the Ukrainska army. Does not make me happy because these are Christians and they're dying for nothing. They're literally just being thrown into the grinder for no reason at all. Bear, what's up? I heard you ran a really good BRP game earlier, and I was told that I needed to go see it, which I might at some point. We're just BSing around. Probably end this in about 20 minutes or so.
Well, maybe. Yeah.
I thought today was Sunday. I am way off of my time.
Don't be doing that to me. I don't get Sundays. I get half a Sunday and then I get to go to bed.
Yeah,
I think it was a good game. I think it went well. I think everybody played really well, and it was it was good.
Well, apparently somebody thought it was great because they were telling me that.
Oh, who's telling you that? I'll have to send them a gift.
I think it was Not Your Echo.
Oh, well, he was in the chat all the time. Well, good for him, man. I'm glad he enjoyed it. I think they did a great job. I think they played really well, and it was a lot of fun.
Excellent.
Well, that's what's most really important is everybody had a good time, and you know,
they barely rolled dice, which was even better.
Yeah, I mean, when you're just like investigating stuff and talking to people and stuff like that.
They're basically setting up their next moves in the campaign and how they're going to secure the island of Albana under the High King's rule. It's going to be quite interesting.
See, that sounds interesting. That sounds like a novel you would read.
Well, it's
that would be cool. You know, like
it's one of those things where when the players don't read the campaign information you've given them, and then later you have to have NPCs explain shit to them. It's like it feels like an info dump as opposed to them going, "Oh yes, I know about this." That's okay. I know for a subculture that used to be proud of how much we could read, no one can read anymore. They don't have time for it. It's all good.
Well,
I read every night before I go to bed.
Well, that's cool. Hey, Bruce, how you doing, man?
Pretty good, Bear. How you been today?
Not bad. I see your Demogorgon's coming along quite well.
I love this thing. Not really, but I'm almost done with it, so I'm very happy.
You must love it. You spent a lot of time with it.
If you love it so much, why don't you marry it? Oh.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's so lame. It's hilarious. You know,
It is.
it's like you just got dad joked.
I love good
That
dad
wasn't
jokes.
even a dad joke.
Um,
That's like a kindergarten joke.
So I'm so proud of my wife. I don't know what happened, but the other day we were grabbing some food at a local restaurant here, just a couple blocks down, and the wife kind of made the physical look that, hey, I'm kind of done eating. And so her waitress comes up and she says, "You want me to go get you guys a styrofoam box? You guys can box that up? Box that up, huh?" And yes, you want me to box that up? And my wife says, "No, but I'll arrest you for it."
I'll let you what?
she, my wife, instead of letting the girl box it up for us, she offered, "Box it up, nah, but I'll wrestle you for it."
Ah, funny. Box wrestle. I get it now. I was wondering where that was going, but that's funny.
Sometimes she surprises me. Pretty happy with it.
Well, that's good. My wife surprises me too. Like last night, she went to get her nails. She was gone for hours, and then I was sitting here thinking about eating leftovers and whatever, and then she reappeared and had food for me, and we sat down and ate dinner and watched. I don't know what we watched because I was paying attention to her, but uh, you know, good night.
Six Nations. I don't know if you guys want to play my version of Montauk or not. That might be one campaign you sit out just because you like reality the way it is.
Yep. Well, people have already called to make sure the game is on tomorrow night, so I'm assuming that means the game will be on tomorrow night. That's a good thing when people are calling to be like, "Hey, we're gaming, right?" Yes.
Sounds like you got a good group.
Oh man, I need to make a video about players. I said that the last time we were talking, about the ones that call out of the game 15 minutes before they should be there, and just all the various little things that punch my button.
Yeah.
But because over the years I've seen it all, you know what I mean? And I'm not innocent of it myself. Oh, wait, we've got Mar Hockman in chat. And I'm sitting here I've got Mar Hockman in my defense. I play in my thing is dark mode, so
Yeah, I was wondering if you'd even noticed that I jumped in.
plus I was trying to glue this shield onto this Kevin Roos Warrior.
I mean, because some of the people I've done streaming with, they just like switch to a different window and just like did not even notice if they weren't expecting someone to jump in.
That happened with me and Double D. He invited me on the show. And then when I showed up, he had like 24 windows open. So he never even knew I was there. So then I left and he realized I'd sent him a bunch of like direct messages. And he sent me his phone number and was like, "Dude, call me." And I'm like, "Why?" And he's like, "Because I want to apologize to you and I want to do it in person. Like
Oh boy.
man to man and shit." I'm like, "Dude, you ain't got to apologize."
The only time I've ever actually used phone numbers related to streaming is if someone was needing an alternate method of communication for if they were going to be unable to show up and wanted to have something that works outside of the computer.
Right.
So
Well,
it's
I
like,
ended up just telling him he had nothing to apologize for. I understand. And it's all good. And he was super like, contrition about it. He was like, "I'm so sorry," all that. And I'm like, "You ain't got to be." shit happens, because I know he uses ODS or whatever. So if you got 20 windows open, I mean, forget it.
I mean, just simply having one window that's covering the entire screen, like, oh, I can't see anything else now.
Especially since I've had people sit for however long in my own stream with me not having 20 windows open. So how am I going to be mad at him for doing basically the same thing I've done? You know, it's like,
Yeah.
that would be very hypocritical of me. And I might be an ass and a horrible human being, but I do try to be at the least amount of hypocritical possible. I'm not saying I succeed all the time, but I do try not to be a complete hypocrite. Otherwise, I might be evil in other ways, though.
Yeah, whatever blows your hair back.
Well, you know, I mean, I'm not bragging about it. I'm just saying, you know, I'm just a guy.
I have to say that the reason I jumped in was that whole discussion about, you know, some of the weird stances people have been taking on certain political things lately. I'm like, yeah, go ahead. Tell me that you're being 100% evil without actually saying that. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's like I said, it blew my mind. You already know my opinion on it. It just blew my mind because it's like, how can that be the most important thing to you?
What'd I miss?
Oh, we're talking about the last election and the whole abortion issue. And it's like, how is that the most important thing to anyone?
Like, well, one of the,
it's like, I'm a little bit more worried about going to World War III.
Yeah, it's like
You know?
one thing that got so far off left field that it got an official retraction that was apparently mandated by someone's PR department. Rachel Zegler, who a lot of people hate for a long list of reasons.
Yeah, she does not make it easy to like her.
She put out a public statement about how she hates the new administration because of the fact that she feels that it would create a world that she wouldn't want her daughter to live in, and that it would be a world where her daughter would end up with an unwanted pregnancy that she would be forced to keep the child. And it's like, wait a second, why are you going on and on and on about that?
She lives in California, which, as far as I am
okay, we noticed it's called shell shock. Jesus, Bruce, you're driving
yeah, fear called shell shock.
But
she lives in California, which, as far as I'm aware, has like basically Wild West rules on that kind of shit.
Yes, exactly.
So she's whining about shit that she will never personally
but here's the other thing about this that made it so bizarre and made me question why she was going on this tirade.
Right.
She's single. She doesn't have children. Why is she going on and on and on about daughter she doesn't have?
Because I don't know, people are crazy.
Because it's a political talking point, nothing else. It's all being done for political brownie points, and there's no sincerity to it. It's all just a bunch of hate mongering, in a struggle for dominance, and it's like, ugh.
Like the Chinese guy said, because people are crazy. I mean, why can't you walk the streets at night? You know, and whatever, Jack. People are crazy. Jack Burton.
Yeah, that's one way of putting it.
You know, it's like these people are not well. I mean, no matter what else any politician was saying, the number one thing on my mind was, please, I don't want somebody that I think is going to get me nuked.
Here's another thing. Okay,
I don't want to be nuked. I don't care what else you're worrying about, but I just don't want Orlando to be nuked.
So something that I've pondered a lot in this latest election that I personally feel is something that is the greatest problem with the American political system. And that is the fact that you can basically lie out both sides of your face and not get punished for it ever.
Yeah. Somebody needs to do something about that at some point. Yeah.
And because like that's like all this stuff is that Rachel Zegler is basically just making a public statement that's 100% lies and doesn't mean
Well, she got
anything.
punished though, Mar Hoffman.
Well,
Disney made her do like an apology, kind of.
That was her lawyer that probably wrote that one up.
yeah, so because like when you have seen Rachel Zegler's unhinged rants that she uploaded to some sort of online service for the world to watch her and then read the wording of her apology, that's not Rachel Zegler's writing.
Well, maybe it's a Disney lawyer being like, "Look, you crazy."
I figure that someone in PR told her to issue a retraction and gave her a suggestion for what to put in the retraction.
These are for you, Bear.
Thank you, boss.
Well, they're talking about if this shit keeps going on. I mean, they've already pushed back the release date. She could talk herself out of even having a movie.
She's not going to be on fucking syndication with some shitty talk show. She's going to be.
I don't know, I'll sign up for OnlyFans.
Here's what's weird about that movie is like the whole point of Snow White was that Snow White was way more beautiful than the evil queen. But in that movie, the evil queen is way better looking than Snow White.
Yeah, they cast Gal Gadot for the evil queen.
Yeah, it's like Gal Gadot is like
actually
nine at least, right?
That does bring up a
Ziegler is not even for
that a lot of people forget about the original story of Snow White is that even with Snow White in the kingdom, the evil queen was still the second most beautiful woman in the kingdom.
I'm just saying, if you saw Ziegler walking through the mall, you'd be
like,
"Yeah,
I know." Definitely wouldn't say
mid.
that she's
mid as hell.
Yeah,
No,
definitely not.
She's not
she's
mid
pretty mid.
She's a damn fine-looking young lady. The problem is she opened her mouth and lost 5 points of attractiveness. That's the problem.
Right.
That is actually a good point, though. Is that I have seen
she's mid as hell.
The facial expressions that she constantly makes when she's talking actually make her look less attractive.
Whereas Gal Gadot is hot no matter where you live.
That's actually what I've noticed with Gal Gadot is that
minimum 8,
because of the fact that Gal Gadot has like professional training, because she used to be Miss Universe or something like that. Like she actually like has training on how to look cute in public, and that like actual like as a job kind of thing, which is also great for her as an actress.
She was Miss Israel, wasn't she?
Yeah, Miss Israel. That's what it was. She competed for Miss Universe, but didn't get it. Okay.
Bruce, you keep my beloved Jennifer Connelly out of your whore mouth. Do you understand?
Okay.
I will Goblin King the fuck out of you, codpiece and all, sir.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
No one talks. And you don't compare. Jennifer Connelly, as that line from fucking Beautiful Girls goes, buy Jennifer Connelly a drink? No. Buy her a Ferrari. Buy her a condo. Jennifer Connelly is an insanely beautiful woman, and I love Paul Bettany as an actor, and I hate him because he got to marry her.
Not a single one of the women Bruce mentioned would I say is not absolutely amazing, beautiful.
Connie Selleck was a good-looking lady. Linda Carter, a lot of that was riding on tits. That's the problem with Linda Carter.
I mean,
everybody goes on about how great looking she is, but I went back and watched this stuff, and she's cute, but it was tits.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, that'll work.
I actually think that the woman who played Wonder Girl in the old Wonder Woman TV show,
Deborah Winger.
Yeah, was actually generally better looking than Linda Carter was.
Deborah Winger is what's her name from Blade Runner?
Rachel.
What's the name of the actress?
Why are we blanking? We are 4 qualified men.
Anyway, Deborah Winger is that level crazy. In case you want to know,
Sean.
But anyways, it's like in the case of Rachel Zegler, she would be a lot more attractive if she actually had a pleasant expression on her face.
She does have resting bitch face all the time.
Sean Young, thank you.
Yeah. No, Deborah Winger is Sean Young crazy. If you ever want to have some fun, there's what the fuck was that movie?
Yeah.
Terms of Endearment. There's stories Jack Nicholson and what's her name, Shirley MacLaine would tell about the shit Deborah Winger would do on set, and she was constantly trying to get them into a threesome with her and shit like this. Like they were just like, this bitch is nuts, you know. So, cheers to Deborah Winger being cute.
You geriatric nerds. Well, we are old. I mean, but that's a good thing.
All right, here's the $1 million question.
Okay.
Heather Locklear or Heather Thomas?
Heather Thomas.
I don't remember what Heather Thomas looks like.
In her
Okay,
prime,
we'll
I'll go
probably
with Heather Thomas.
All right, you two gentlemen have chosen wisely.
In her prime, I'll go with Heather Thomas every day.
I can't believe no one has mentioned Phoebe Cates at all.
Phoebe Cates is a special kind of ethereal beauty that we don't get to touch ever in this lifetime. And what was it, Quaid or Klein that fucked her up for us?
Klein.
Klein, yeah.
I thought Klein fucked her up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember Kirstie Alley when she was young and hot?
Oh, yeah. She was,
Kirstie Alley.
too. Like in Cheers?
Wrath of Khan.
Wrath of Khan.
Wrath of Khan, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
She was in
Yeah.
her
Or
fucking-
Kim Cattrall before she started looking like she was transgender.
I would have pounded that still.
Well, Kim Cattrall was in Big Trouble in Little China.
Yes, she was.
She was the lawyer that's always sticking her
Gracie-
nose in. Where it
Gracie,
doesn't
what
belong.
the fuck's her name? Gracie Law?
Law.
Gracie Law.
Gracie Law.
What the hell is Gracie Law doing here?
Two girls with green eyes. What can it mean? Come on, Dave. 2,000 years, can't find one girl that fits the bill. You must be doing something seriously wrong. You were not brought up on this earth to get it, Mr. Burton.
There have always been others.
And
That's sure, but
think-
I would think you would understand the difficulties between a man and a woman.
2009 Brooke Shields.
Okay.
2009 Brooke Shields did a movie called Midnight Meat Train with Bradley Cooper.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was
And
a good movie.
she Looked.
So Clive Barker book.
She looked that was the best she's ever looked, in my opinion, and that's also the best she's ever acted. I like that. That is like my Brooke Shields fat time. I
Now,
no shame.
Let
No
me ask
shame in
you
my
a
game.
question. And all of you, anybody can answer, but Midnight Meat Train, is that the one where the guy kills people
Yep.
late at night on a subway train to
Yep.
feed to monsters under New York?
Feed to the old gods, not monsters, the old gods.
Yeah,
Right. And eventually the main guy actually kills the guy that played Bullet to Tony.
the
But
butcher.
then now he has to take over the job.
Yeah, he has to take over the job for the butcher because he kills the butcher. Yeah.
Yeah. And the cops and everybody are in on it.
Avi, pull up your socks.
Yeah. I mean, they're like, what?
I love that movie.
Yeah, when he's sitting there and the guys try to rob him, he's like, the reason I'm not afraid is because my gun says Desert Eagle 0.50, and your gun says replica. These are just like,
Yep.
so I would suggest you take your shrinking balls and get out of here. You know? And then, of course, you got what's his name, Ivan, the bullet dodger, whatever they called him. Why do they call him the bullet dodger? Because he dodges bullets, Ave.
Do you know what nemesis means? A righteous infliction of retribution manifested by an appropriate agent, personified in this case by an horrible cunt. Me.
Me, yeah, yeah. Give me them dummies.
Next
There's
time
no
you stop me
dummies.
while I'm walking, I'll cut your japes off.
Yeah. And he had the one guy that was like, should we bleed him out, boss? Nah, let's wait a little bit. What was his name? It's like, he was just always there. When he takes Statham and the air guy down and he's explaining to him about pigs, and
Yeah.
they're in the pig farm, and Bricktop's giving them the whole, your average pig can eat a human being whole in about an hour.
Yeah.
Of course, you want to shave the head and pull the teeth because, you you don't want to give the piggy indigestion, and you don't want to dig through pig shit looking for teeth.
Yep.
Like, this is that guy. That guy was scary for an old grandpa with really thick glasses. He was scary.
Oh,
Like, you know,
for protection, Tommy. From who? The Germans.
the Germans. Yeah.
It's my favorite Guy Ritchie film. Like, I love Snatch. Snatch is just such a good fucking film.
Oh, yeah. Had the twist ending and everything. That is a good, Brick Top. That is a good movie. Just everyone in it was good. And unlike American movies, the black guys didn't die.
No.
They are, however, going to go to prison forever.
Oh, yes. Be that as it may, all bets are off. I fucking love that chick at the betting place.
Yeah, when they're trying to rob her, and she's just like, understood, but
be that as it may, all bets are off. Like, they're gone. Fuck you. It's a good movie, man. It's a really good movie.
When they agree
anything
to
to declare, don't go to fucking England. It's a great ending to a movie.
Yeah. Obvious, like, you guys invented the fucking language and none of you speak it. You know, because they're using all the slang, and he's like, what?
Like that, you got something to say. What you want to say?
Yeah, but
do you ever watch the Blu-ray of it?
What?
There are 3 subtitle tracks on that Blu-ray. 1, general subtitles. 2, Pikey subtitles. 3, Brad Pitt subtitles. And then at one point in time, Brad Pitt's going on about the camper periwinkle from your mouth, and the subtitles are just question marks. Like, they had no fucking idea what he said.
Do you want to know a weird thing?
What?
I understood the Pikeys perfectly.
Me too.
When they were talking, I knew he wanted Caravan, and his mom's partial to Periwinkle Blue.
It's very partial to Periwinkle Blue.
I understood it, you know, and I understood the setup too. As soon as the little blonde-haired guy showed up in the camp with the big dude, it was on. They didn't know it was on, but it was on because they even say in the movie, you didn't come here and bring this big guy unless you was, you know.
You had something to say. So what you got to say?
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Oh, look at him. He's a big fucker.
Yeah.
It's such a good movie.
So they knew.
I love when they wake up Brad Pitt and he just proclaims at the top of his lungs, "Need to take a shit." Like, it's just such a fucking weird character.
And what Tommy didn't know is that the lovable Pikey was the bare knuckle champion of all the Pikeys, which translated means he's hard as coffin nails.
I like that bit where, so you pull a face. Why isn't the Pikey pulling a face? Just that
because
whole.
he knew. Everyone pulled the surprise face except for the Pikey because he knew it was coming.
Well,
yeah. And they ended up basically
probably
exactly the same as they started.
Yeah, exactly. But it's pretty much one of the best heist movies I've ever seen. And I don't like heist movies, but that one, boy, I like that movie. Because they did it the right way. They gave you the reveal after the event.
Right.
Where most heist movies, they show you all the setup beforehand, and then you go through the things and things go wrong, and it turns out they were prepared for it. Ah, ha, ha, ha. This one, you don't know what's happening until it happens, and then they go back and explain to you why it happened that way, which is a really good way to do it.
Yeah. Because honestly, I had no idea the Pikeys were setting everybody up.
Didn't see it coming. And
then they explain it, and it's like, oh, okay. Now it all makes sense.
Yes, sir.
Traveler's code, never shite indoors, always outside the caravan. Huh, didn't know that. But yeah, that's one of the better movies that's been out in forever. Bear, you wasn't here earlier when I was talking about I actually put on Event Horizon and watched that.
Good movie.
Good movie.
Yeah.
Good movie.
We'll never see the full version of it, but it's a good movie.
Liberate tutte me.
Yeah, he thought it meant
Not save us.
us.
It's
It
save
meant
yourselves. And that blonde chick, I'm sorry. She is smoking hot.
She's a very pretty girl.
Oh, that's my kind of blonde.
Yeah, she's a pretty girl.
And I like discount Denzel Washington in that film. He's pretty good too.
Yeah. Are you
Martin,
talking about Lawrence Fishburne?
Lawrence
No,
Fishburne?
the other guy.
Oh, the rescue guy.
Yeah, which is me and my buddies watching, going, is he doing a Denzel Washington impersonation? Jesus
Yeah.
Christ, this guy's discount Denzel Washington.
He might be from Orlando. That's where
He's
Denzel's
from Georgia. That guy's from Georgia.
Ah. Yeah, because Wesley Snipes grew up here in Orlando. So, yeah.
I love that movie. I fucking love Event Horizon.
Here's the thing, too. The first time I saw it, I didn't like it at all. I thought it was garbage. But then I thought about it, and it's like thinking about it made me like it. You ever do that? Watch a movie and then
Event Horizon is one of those where if it didn't have a plot, it would be just a pile of special effects that meant nothing. And it's the plot that gives you a reason to actually care about anything.
So,
Yeah,
his name is
Richard T. Jones, and
he's from California. My apologies.
But
he did go to Tuskegee University. Oh my God, he was born in Kobe, Japan.
Peanut butter pretzels. I'm sorry, guys. I'm having a fucking Sunday Imperial Stout. I'm gonna get me some fucking salted pretzels and peanut butter. Oh fuck.
So what's the really cool part about the game today, James?
No.
At one point in time, they decided, they figured out that what they've got to do, and they've got to basically set up Max Liao's character, who's the High King. We're going to have to start taking this seriously, and we need to send an entourage to this other country because we got to get her on our side. So we have to come up with a standard. So they discussed standards of what they would do and talking about the lore of the place they're from and finding everything. And then people in the chat started sending us flags and layouts on Discord that they made.
That is
how
very
cool. Is that?
That's very cool. Yeah, that's very cool.
We had 28, 30 viewers the entire 4 hours we played. People stayed. You know what I mean? That. I love that.
Damn, man, that's great.
Yeah.
That is amazing. I'm very happy for you.
Oh, look at this. TCG's bringing up now. Whenever I hear someone say, "What do you think about the place you've been?" I'll be able to think about is that she's over 5'7" story. Yeah,
if it's over 5'7", it's a guy.
Is she over 5'7"? She have a cook. He was so adamant. It was amazing.
Yeah, I know Bear's not a huge fan, but I'm going to do it anyway. Coriolis, you can tell, takes a lot of inspiration from Event Horizon. Yeah. Because in Coriolis, when you get into the dark between the stars, it is actively evil. So, yeah.
Well, see, because one thing that I came to realize is a setting that has a very similar way of looking at outer deep space is Warhammer 40K.
Oh, yeah.
Because the whole thing with the Chaos Gods and the warp is actually the domain of the Chaos Gods.
Mm-hmm.
Interstellar travel means risking being killed by demons.
Yeah, you literally go through hell if you want to go anywhere faster than light.
Yep.
And that's why you need a Geller field, because the Geller fields keep the demons away from your ship. But if you have a Geller field failure, you're done. And then the warp can just F with you anyway and shoot you 100 years off course. And there's always stories of ships showing up 100 years before or after they actually left because of the way the warp is, nothing.
And apparently you can have small demons sometimes manage to penetrate the field anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Not like a full-on event like it would happen if you didn't, but a little bit every now and then, just to sabotage the ship.
You know what the best part of
Yeah,
Event
that's the
Horizon
thing.
is?
That's the thing with the warp is you absolutely don't know anything about it, and it's just going to do what it does.
I mean, it's literally unknowable evil because it's beyond mortal comprehension.
Right. Okay,
So the
Bear.
best part of Event Horizon is when all the shit happens, and fucking Lawrence Fishburne just goes, "Right, we're leaving," and just like that's it. Get the fuck out. Like I remember sitting and watching the movie in the theater, and I just burst out laughing at that moment in time because it's such like, yes, you should have done this an hour ago, but fuck it, yes, get the fuck out now. And this is why I don't like games like 40K or where you have to deal with like demons from another dimension are invading. It's like, well, get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Leave.
There's a little bit more to it than that.
Well, yes,
But-
like see the demons are invading your home. So if you just run away, that means abandoning your home.
If the demons are invading your world, that means someone on your world summoned demons. They can't just show up. Someone on the world would have to be a member of a big ass cult that
or have a cursed relic in their possession.
Right, to open up a gate to allow them in.
Because like that's actually a thing that's come up in 40K is this is actually the reason why the government in 40K is so hard on controlled possession of anything that's not government approved, is that any alien artifact might be a gateway to another to hell that hasn't been opened yet.
Right.
Yes, this is why the coalition makes sense in Rifts.
Yeah, it's the same logic. But like that actually did come up in one of the 40K novels, is that this guy had been using this weird monocle that, from everything he could tell, was built by humans outside the Imperium space, but other than that was just an ordinary monocle. Then one day he's looking at objects that got picked up to try and just like sifting through them to see if there's anything that they could find that was of intelligence value from relics they'd captured from chaos cultists. And he sees this thing that looks kind of like a telescope. The just reflexively looks through it, and when the monocle lined up with the telescope, he just got sucked into hell.
Yep.
Was it the monocle? What was it? Was it just the telescope? Well, the telescope hadn't sucked anyone else into hell before.
Well, that's the whole thing with 40K. And I've argued this point ad infinitum. 40K is actually hard science. People don't think it's hard science because when you read the books, the people in the books don't know how anything works. But that doesn't mean that the things that are working couldn't actually work.
See, because like it's one of those things like I forget whether it was Arthur C. Clarke or
right,
was like that whole thing about
any technology sufficiently advanced would appear.
That one. Like if you don't understand how it works, it might as well be magic because you don't understand it, and that's the
right. And they talk about like before you can start the Lehman Russ tank up to go fight the enemy, you've got to rub the sacred oils on the engine and say the right prayers and check all the liquids and put the holy fluids wherever they go, and then beg the machine spirit to start it by turning the key. And I mean,
they're with the Ark of the Covenant. Come on.
They're basically doing everything you do every time you walk out the house and get in your car, except they're adding like 50 steps because they're like, but it's all maintenance.
Well,
but
also is that one thing that's
religion.
Well, some of these maintenance steps though are actually mystical because the fact that like they have magic wards protecting them from metaphysical threats. Well, those magic wards will fade over time, and you have to reinforce the ward. And
Yep.
that's just regular maintenance. And the way it's phrased makes it sound like it's just superstition, but no, it's not.
Well, it's a science of its own.
Yeah.
Like psychers are not magicians.
The
They're just
nomenclature,
they're mutants.
the nomenclature of 40K is where you're going to get me. You're going to get me to go in a rabbit hole. I'm going to start reading books, listen to audiobooks. I'm going to watch videos. I might even play video games and waste my time like that. But I will get involved with that world because I love how everything is produced and how they will progressively tell you how their society is ran. And they have a sacred ritual for the armor that your foot soldiers wear into battle.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Part of me loves that.
But
before they changed it by adding the Primaris, which I'm not a super fan of, the old blood Space Marines, their power armor, some of it was like thousands of years old. It was artifacts from an era where they couldn't even imagine, And
well, see, because like
in
in 40K, there's the Golden Age, and
the Golden Age of humanity, which no one knows much about.
It's called the Golden Age because everything has been enshittified since then.
Well, then there's the Dark Age of science, and then after everything sucks for who knows how long, the Emperor rises up on Earth and begins unifying Earth. And his first creation in his gene labs in Tibet were the Thunder Warriors. But the problem was, even though a Thunder Warrior one-on-one is way more powerful than a Space Marine, they were imperfect and they would get diseases and all kinds of cancers. And so they never lived very long. And then in the end, they were the ones that did live were wiped out after Earth was unified. And then the Emperor made all the nobles of all the countries he captured give him their firstborn son. And from them, he created the Custodes.
Mm-hmm.
And then later, he had the Space Marines too. Because
and the Primarchs and all that stuff.
Yeah, my favorite Legion, Legion 9, was so horrible the way they fought wars that the Emperor was planning to purge them. And the only reason they ended up and they wore gray armor, but they always fought hand-to-hand combat with savagery, right? So their armor would often be stained red. And the only reason the Legion survived is because they found Sanguinius. And when Sanguinius started talking to the 9th Legion, which was called something else, basically he turned them from the mindless, savage, hand-to-hand combat, blood-drinking monsters into, warrior poets and stuff. And the Emperor allowed them to continue to exist.
Well, I mean, there's also the whole thing of like, yes, they're kind of barbaric, but they're also effective.
Yep. And what Sanguinius did is he took every company of his troops and he assigned them to another chapter for like so many years. And then when they came back, one, it made the other legions like them better. And two, they learned how to fight multiple types of warfare instead of just charging willy-nilly in and ripping shit apart with power sword. And, so, and that's when they become his blood angels.
One of the most interesting things I've ever seen in a Warhammer 40K novel was a book where it's people on the edges of the Empire who are basically lawless vigilantes, not even vigilantes. They're just lawless. Trying to think of the right word for it.
It sounds like you're talking about Eye of the Warp.
Yeah, probably. I think that was the book.
Yeah, they were like rogue traders, and they would
Yeah.
travel into the warp and pick up this liquor.
And one of them
Bring it out.
was possessed by a daemon of Slaanesh.
Yeah, the woman that the navigator thought the woman was the pilot's sister, but it turned out it was a demonette of Slaanesh the whole time.
Well, okay, it was both.
And
they had reason to believe that the pilot's sister's soul was functionally dead and gone, but the daemonette did actually inhabit the corporeal physical body that used to be his sister.
and then it turned out the liquor they were getting from this world was made from the suffering of humans, liquefied.
Do you remember what the description the daemonette of Slaanesh used for it?
No.
She said that when you put the a mouth of the bottle to your lips, the liquor will flow out of the bottle into your mouth on its own accord, and
like on it, yeah, like it wants to be drank, and of course it's highly addictive because we're talking Slaanesh here, sex, drugs, and
if it's something that gets a Slaaneshi demon drunk, you don't want to drink that as a mortal.
Right. All right, guys. It's been 4 hours, so I'm going to take off.
Goodbye.
I hung out. I did my part. Peace and love, all of you. Bear, I'm going to have to watch your game. Mar Hockman, thanks for joining.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, what we just did was torture for Bear.
Oh, fuck yeah.
He hates talking about 40K or Coriolis for some reason.
Or Battletech.
Or Battletech. But I will catch you guys later. Peace and love. And it was great hanging. Yep.
Okay.
And,
See you later.
Yep.
Love
That's all I got to say.